What if Harry Potter died and respawned in a new world as a slime lord, Rimmeroo style? A Harry who can absorb magic, copy bloodlines, eat curses, and turn Hogwarts, demons, and even gods into his personal farm for skills. Welcome to Cosmic Harry. If you love overpowered reincarnation AUs and wild crossovers, hit subscribe, turn on the bell, and join the Cosmic Harry Patreon for early chapters and exclusive Slime Lord content.
Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was Slime Lord? The curse missed Harry by the width of his ear and hit the shelf behind him. Glass exploded. Silver light poured out of the shattered orb in a thick mist that rolled over his shoulder and into the air above the hall. He heard Ron shout his name somewhere behind the rows of prophecy shelves, heard Hermione yell a spell, heard running feet and crashing wood, but all of it blurred together into one long roar. Harry pushed himself up from the floor, lungs burning, prophecy dust in his mouth, and pointed his wand through the drifting light. Bellatrix was there, grinning at him through the haze, black hair wild, wand already up. "You look tired, little hero," she sang. "Let me help you rest." Her wand flashed. Harry shouted the first spell that came to his tongue. His voice cracked. His wrist shook. Red met something sickly yellow in mid-air. The two lights crashed together with a sound that was not thunder and not glass and not anything he had ever heard before. The impact tore the world open for a heartbeat. The air warped. Every hair on his arms rose. The glow from the broken orb flared and twisted, dragged into the colliding spells. The mist thickened into a spiraling column that swallowed both beams. Harry saw it in front of him, slow and too bright, swirling gold and red and yellow, and for a second he thought it would just fizzle out. Then it lunged at him. There was no time to duck. The whole thing slammed into his chest with a heavy, wet impact that drove every bit of air from his lungs. He felt his ribcage try to hold. Then something inside gave way. Pain should have followed. It did not. His chest went soft. Harry stared down in confusion. The front of his robes darkened and sagged. The fabric did not tear. It sank. His shirt clung to him in folds that no longer had a body underneath. His fingers, still clamped around his wand, tingled. The bones in his hand felt as if someone had heated them until they were soft metal and then pressed them flat. "What did you do?" Bellatrix whispered. Her voice sounded distant. Should have been sharp and cruel. Instead it flapped at the edge of his hearing. "I did not," Harry tried to say. His mouth did not work. His jaw slackened, then slipped. Teeth shifted in his gums. His tongue thickened, spreading out against his palate. He tried to swallow and found nothing to swallow with. His wand slid out of his grip. Only his grip did not open. The fingers that had held the wand lost their shape and poured down the handle instead. Flesh flowed, slow and wrong, over polished wood. He dropped to his knees. He watched his knees as they failed to exist. The joint did not bend. It melted. Bone, muscle, skin, all of it loosened and sank toward the stone floor. His legs did not fold. They stretched, thinning and spreading, as his weight no longer had a frame to rest on. Sound vanished. Not all at once. It went in strips. The clash of spells in the background cut off. The ringing of falling shelves cut off. Ron's voice cut off mid-shout. Each piece fell into silence until there was only Bellatrix in front of him. Mouth open, eyes wide, wand hand lifted. "Potter," she breathed. "What are you?" Harry tried to breathe. Air went into him and did not stay. His chest rose as a mass rather than ribs and lungs. There was no grip to hold the oxygen. It slid out of him through places that were not his mouth. His skin bubbled, pale and gleaming, and dropped away from his shoulders in thick strings. He could still see. He could see his own arms sag and lengthen, the skin turning clear and wet, robes sinking into it like cloth into mud. His glasses slipped off his nose and dropped toward what should have been the floor. They did not hit stone. They hit him. The frames vanished halfway down, swallowed by the surface that had once been his torso. "Stop it," he tried to say. Stop it, please." No sound. He did not feel his throat anymore. There was no pressure there. No collarbones. The weight of his head pulled forward, dragging more of him down. His scar burned for a moment with sharp clarity. Then the skin around it thinned and ran. The familiar line of his fringe broke apart and sank into the top of the puddle that was forming where his chest had been. He could still see Bellatrix. She took a step back, heels sliding on broken glass. Her free hand covered her mouth. Her wand hand shook in the air. "You are cursed," she whispered. "You should be dead." He lurched toward her. It was not a step. His right side had nothing that could step. The mass that was his body flowed toward the sound and heat in front of him. He felt the difference between cool stone and the warm air around her legs. He did not feel fingers, and yet he knew he reached out. The front edge of him rose up in a clumsy wave and crashed over her boots. She screamed. Where he touched her, something changed again. Her boot leather sank into him, vanishing past the ankles in an instant. Her skin met his. Heat and magic flooded into his mass. Felt like swallowing a mouthful of fire. For a heartbeat it was unbearable. Then the fire went out inside him and left only a thick weight that settled deeper within. Bellatrix dragged her leg back with a raw shout. Her wand hand flailed. Harry saw her face from below, every pore and scar and streaked line of makeup, far closer than he had ever been to any enemy. His vision did not come from two small places anymore. It came from every part of him that touched her. He saw the terror in her eyes from a dozen angles. Her boot tore free of him with a sick wet sound. Flesh did not come with it. He had not eaten her foot. He knew that with the same odd certainty with which he knew his own arm no longer existed. But her magic had gone somewhere. It sat inside him as a heavy, hot lump that was not part of the stone. She stumbled back, almost fell, then spun and ran between the shelves without a curse or a taunt. Harry tried to go after her. His mass followed, dragging across the floor. The more he moved, the more he came apart. There was no balance, no muscle to hold a shape. The part of him still clinging to broken shelf timber tore free and stayed behind in a string. Every motion spread him thinner. He heard new footsteps in the distance. No, he did not hear them. His ears had dissolved. The impression came through the floor. The stone vibrated in a pattern that told him several people were running at once. Their weight struck in different rhythms. Someone limped. Someone was light on their feet. Someone had heavy boots with metal on the heels. Harry would have frowned if he had a face. He could not tell how he knew that. He simply did. The hall tilted. It did not actually move. His sense of up and down stretched. The world spun around him, yet his body did not turn. Awareness expanded past his old field of vision. He saw the shelves to his left and right, the high ceiling above, the pattern of cracks in the tiles under him, all at the same time. There was no need to turn his head. He tried to shut his eyes. Nothing happened. Panic rose inside him without the familiar sensation of a pounding heart. There was no chest to squeeze. The panic had nowhere to go, yet it filled every inch of him. He thrashed, which meant his whole surface rippled, flinging drops of himself in messy arcs. Some of them hit fallen orbs and glass. Some just scattered across the stone. Dim light flared nearby. "Stunners!" a woman shouted. "All of you now on my count." Harry recognized Tonks from her voice. She sounded breathless, scared, but solid. Wands rose at the edge of his new vision, hands moving in a pattern he knew by heart. "3, she called. "Do not!" Another voice snapped. Dumbledore, calm, sharp, cutting through everything. "Hold your fire, Nymphadora. Look at the floor." Harry tried to form words. "Professor, I am here. I am here. Help me." He lifted the front of himself and tried to wave. All it did was spread him further, a thick sheet that stretched between broken glass and the base of the shelves. "Moody," Kingsley murmured. What is that? A mess, Moody growled. His magical word in a way Harry could not hear but somehow felt. Spillage from the shelves. Some time-cursed gloop. Get it out of the way and we can clear the bodies. Bodies. The word hit Harry hard. The part of him near the far end of the hall felt something cold and still. Flesh. Stone. Cloth. He could not focus on it without losing track of the voices near him. The new sense pulled him in too many directions at once. Careful, Remus said. The glasses. The wand. That is his wand. Harry focused on that voice. Remus sounded as if someone had reached into his chest and squeezed. The tone was thin, frayed. His gaze, if it could be called that, snapped to where the wand lay on the floor, half buried in his own translucent mass. Realization hit him. That is mine. That is mine. This is me. He tried to pull away from it. It stayed where he was because it lay inside him. His old body was gone. This was all there was. I will clear it, Moody said. Leviosa, scoop it up, vanish the rest. We do not want unknown magic sitting on the floor of the department. No, Dumbledore said. He stepped into Harry's awareness in full. Long robes half-singed, beard charred in places. His half-moon glasses had a crack across one lens. He walked slowly, feet careful on the broken glass, blue eyes fixed on the puddle that was Harry. Do not touch it yet, he said. Moody snorted. It is slime, Albus. We do not have time to be sentimental about a patch of goo. Alastair, Dumbledore said. There was steel in his tone now. That patch of goo is lying exactly where Harry was standing when the spells collided. His wand remains within it. His glasses are trapped at the edge. What do you think that means? Silence. Harry trembled. More of him spread thin across the floor. The edge of his mass brushed against the toe of Dumbledore's boot. The contact lit up his awareness again. He felt the heat of the man through leather, the old ache in his joints, the hum of restrained magic in the wand at his side. It was too much. He dragged himself back with a wet skid. Harry, Remus whispered. Harry could not look at him in the old way, but his new sight found him. Remus had blood on his cheek and a rip in his sleeve. His eyes were wide and wet. He held his wand at his side without even seeming to notice. Harry, Remus said again, if you can hear me, if you can understand, do something. Move. Every part of Harry already moved, rippling and shaking, but he tried to focus. He gathered his mass or tried to, picturing an arm, a hand, a finger. There was nothing underneath to anchor the image. Still he pushed. The closest thing to a limb, he had rose from the main pool of himself in a thick column. The effort felt like lifting a mountain. The column shivered, then wobbled toward Remus. It reached knee-height before gravity and his own lack of control dragged it sideways. It slapped against Remus's boot and collapsed in a splash that sent smaller drops across the hem of his robes. Remus flinched at the touch. Then he froze. The bit of Harry that clung to his boot felt fabric, skin, the faint trace of old scars. It also felt the flash of Remus's magic. Tasted different to Bellatrix's, less sharp, more worn. It soaked into him for a second and then settled as another weight inside. Remus sucked in a breath. That is him, he said, voice breaking. Merlin, that is Harry. He is still here. Tonks swore under her breath. It was short and ugly. Harry did not see her face, but he heard the sudden roughness in her tone. Can you change it back? She demanded. Albus, tell me you can reverse this. Tell me you have a spell. Dumbledore did not answer at once. He crouched beside the pool that was Harry. The movement was slow, careful, as if he were kneeling near a wild animal that might bolt or bite. His wand hovered over the surface, close enough that Harry felt the warmth of it without any touch. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, can you understand me? Yes. The thought echoed inside him with shocking strength. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I am here. Help me. Harry tried again to form a shape. He pushed part of himself toward the wand, focusing on making something distinct. A bump rose, rounder and firmer than before. It lasted half a second before it collapsed in on itself. A few bubbles broke the surface where his mouth used to be. Remus made a strangled sound. Tonks sniffed hard. Kingsley swore under his breath in a language Harry did not know. "I see," Dumbledore murmured. "Can we get him to St. Mungo's?" Remus asked. "They must have a ward for cursed transformations. We cannot just leave him on the floor. We cannot move something like this through the corridors without protection," Moody snapped. "He will smear on the first corner. He needs to be contained." "Not destroyed," Remus shot back. "Say contained, not destroyed." Moody's good eye narrowed. "You heard what those spells did. For all we know, he is holding back who knows what curse. One wrong poke and he will explode or dissolve through the floor." "He will not explode," Dumbledore said. His wand traced a slow line through the air. Threads of light unspooled from the tip, weaving together over Harry in a floating net. The pattern lowered until it touched the surface of his mass. Where it met him, it sank in a little, not quite touching the stone. Harry felt it. Pressure settled around him, not crushing but firm, like hands around a shaking shoulder. The strange shape of his awareness steadied. The urge to spread in every direction dulled. He could still reach out, but each movement met a gentle boundary and stopped. "Containment," Dumbledore said. Moody grunted. "Clever. You want to float him inside a bubble." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "We will fashion a proper vessel in the hospital wing. For now this will hold." Remus moved closer. "Harry, if you can hear me, hang on. We are going to get you out of here. Do you hear me? Just hang on." Harry tried to nod. The net held him together enough that he could push his mass up in one place without losing shape everywhere else. A small mound lifted near Remus's boot and settled. It was a tiny motion, but it was all he could manage. Remus smiled through his tears. Tonks wiped her face with the back of her hand and looked away. Kingsley touched his shoulder in a brief, firm squeeze. "Gather the others," Dumbledore said softly. "We must see to the injured and the fallen. I will take Harry." "I will help," Remus said. Moody snorted. "Fine. I will drag the rest of this mess together. We still have Death Eaters loose." Harry felt the floor tilt beneath him as Dumbledore raised his wand. The net around him tightened and lifted. Stone fell away. Air wrapped him on all sides. For a moment he panicked again, terrified he would fall apart in midair and rain down in useless drops. The net held. He floated. The movement was smooth and slow. He saw shelves pass below, then the broken arch of the veil room, its curtain fluttering in a wind he no longer felt. The fabric called to some old part of him, promising an end to all this mess. Dumbledore steered him away without a word. They left the department. Hallways blurred past. Doors opened ahead, closed behind. The light changed from the bluish glow of the Ministry to the softer warmth of Hogwarts as they moved through whatever path Dumbledore chose. Harry saw every crack in the stone walls, every torch, every painting that flickered in alarm as a floating net of slime drifted past. He did not blink once. Inside the containment, time had no good markers. There was only the slow pull of movement and the constant burn of panic in every part of him. His memories tried to line themselves up behind each other and failed. He clung to small things instead. The feel of Remus walking close by. The way Dumbledore's breathing sounded slightly strained. The faint, familiar smell of the school that reached him even without a nose. Then the floor stopped moving. The air cooled a little. The sound of footsteps changed to the hush of a quieter corridor. There was the soft click of a door. The smell of potions and sterilizing charms rolled over Harry in a wave even his new sense could understand. The hospital wing. "Put him there," Madame Pomfrey said. Her tone was stiff and brisk, but there was a tiny tremor under it. Harry had heard that tremor before once or twice when someone had come in barely breathing. Dumbledore lowered the net. The world dropped a short way, then steadied. Harry felt solid structure under him again. Not stone this time. Something smoother and colder. Glass. Magic shivered along its surface, weaving into the containment around him. The net pattern shifted, merging with charms already on the vessel. "Will it hold?" Pomfrey asked. "It should," Dumbledore said. "The wards are set to respond to his magical signature. They will adjust if he tries to spread." "Tries," Pomfrey repeated sharply. Albus, he is not doing this on purpose. No, Dumbledore said quietly. He is not. Someone adjusted the light above him. Harry saw the high ceiling of the hospital wing, the white curtains, the rows of empty beds. One bed near him already held a slumped figure with bright red hair. Another had a girl with bushy brown hair and bandaged ribs. Ron and Hermione. They were breathing. That was enough for the moment. Pomfrey moved into view. Her face was pale. There were lines around her mouth Harry had never noticed before. She stepped closer to the glass tank and stopped only when her nose was nearly touching it. Her eyes widened at what she saw inside. Harry tried to pull himself together. He had not realized how much he had spread in the net. Now that he sat on a flat surface again, he could see himself more clearly. He was a wide, shallow pool that filled most of the bottom of the tank, greenish and almost clear, with bits of darker color where his clothes and other things were mixed in. His glasses lay half embedded near the front. His wand lay fully inside, a shadow at the middle. He tried again to form a shape. Mouth, he thought. Face. Anything. His mass rose in one spot, thicker and darker. It pushed up from the center of the pool, straining against the pull of gravity. The glass shimmered, reacting to the shift. The wards hummed, not in warning, but in some kind of adjusting rhythm. The lump reached halfway to the surface of the tank, then slumped back down with a wet flop. A few bubbles broke free. They rose to the top. Each bubble held a tiny reflection of the room that shimmered as it floated. They reached the surface and popped with faint, watery sounds. Pomfrey clapped a hand over her mouth. "Oh, Harry," she whispered between her fingers. Her eyes shone with tears. "My boy, what have they done to you?" Dumbledore rested a hand on the edge of the tank. His expression was unreadable. There was fear there, buried deep, and guilt, and something sharp that might be calculation. "We will do everything we can," he said. "I promise you that." Harry focused on that promise like a charm. He tried to say something, to answer, to warn them that he did not feel dead, that he was still thinking and scared and very much himself, even if the body that went with the name was gone. He pushed his thoughts toward the front of the tank. He pushed his mass there as well, forming another lump, smaller this time. It rose near the embedded glasses. Pomfrey leaned closer. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Harry forced the lump higher, quivered and slipped but did not collapse at once. He stretched part of it outward until it pressed against the glass in a round, uneven shape. He imagined lips. The surface wobbled, then pinched inward slightly, forming a crude line. He tried to speak. Air moved inside him. He did not know where it came from. It gathered under the line that was his attempt at a mouth and surged upward. The line opened. No word came out. Only a thick rush of bubbles escaped, a stream that bumped against the glass and slid up in a noisy trail. They popped at the top with the same helpless small sounds as before. The effort shattered his control. The lump fell back into the pool with a splash that rattled the glass. His awareness scattered for a moment. When it settled again, he lay flat once more, spread and puddled, as monstrous as he had been on the department floor. Pomfrey's tears spilled over. She turned away and pressed her hands to her face. A quiet sob escaped her. She tried to stifle it and failed. Dumbledore stayed where he was. "Rest now, Harry," he said softly, almost under his breath. "Do not try to force it. We will search for a solution. For now you are safe." Safe. Harry was in a glass tank, unable to move more than a few inches without risking his shape, unable to speak, unable to shut his eyes or turn away. He could see his friends lying unconscious. He could hear whispered arguments between Pomfrey and Dumbledore that he could not join. He could feel the wards of Hogwarts humming faintly around him, reacting to him as if he were a new artifact rather than a person. Safe was a generous word. He lay very still, because stillness was the only thing that kept him from losing what little control he had, and tried to breathe even though he no longer needed to. Bubbles rose once more, slow and tired, and brushed the glass on their way up. Someone was tapping on the glass. Sharp, quick taps like the end of a wand against a jar. Each one ran through Harry as a thin shiver. He could feel the exact point where would met glass, Feel the vibration travel across the surface of the tank, then fade into his mass. Will you stop that? Madame Pomfrey snapped. The tapping stopped at once. Sorry, Tonks said. Just wanted to see if it reacts. It? Pomfrey repeated. You are talking about a boy who has spent far too much of his life in this room. You will not prod him like a potion sample. Harry tried to move toward her voice. His whole body shifted in a slow ripple. The containment charms hummed as he spread, then nudged him back into place. The tank kept him shallow, more like a pond than a pile. He could not rise far without everything else sliding with him. Tonks shifted her weight from one foot to the other. He felt the tiny change in pressure through the floor. You told me to check his responses, she said. I am not blasting him with spells. I am just tapping. You can watch his responses without poking him, Pomfrey said. Look, the surface changes when we speak. You see that ripple? That is not random. Harry tried to do it again. He focused on the sound of Pomfrey's voice and pushed a small wave in that direction. The top of his mass lifted, then sank. A thin circle of disturbance moved across the tank. Pomfrey pointed. There. You see. Tonks leaned closer. Her pink hair was brown this morning, and shorter. She had a bruise on her cheek and a cut near one eyebrow. The color of her eyes changed while he watched. They shifted from dark to light, as if even her gaze could not decide what to be. Harry, she said softly, if you can hear me, you have full permission to splash Madame Pomfrey. Do not you dare, Pomfrey said. A ghost of a smile tugged at Tonks's mouth. There. That is proof he is still Harry. He did not like the idea of getting you in trouble. The joke was weak, but Harry was grateful for it. He tried again to form a lump, just enough to show he was listening. A small bump rose near the front of the tank, then vanished. Tonks's face brightened for a second. Then she stepped back and rubbed the back of her neck. How long has it been? She asked. Since the department. Less than a day, Pomfrey said. You were here when we brought him in. I know, Tonks said. It already feels like more. Has he done anything else? Any attempt at letters? Numbers? I do not know. A rude shape. That seems like something a teenage boy would do. Pomfrey huffed. He has attempted to form a mouth twice. No clear sound. He reacts to voices and to contact. He reacts most strongly to Remus. I am not surprised. Harry would have flushed if he still had blood that behaved like it should. Remus had been in and out all night, sitting beside the tank between patrols, talking in a quiet voice about nothing in particular. He had told a story about a prank James once pulled with a cauldron of porridge. Harry had tried to laugh. It had come out as a stream of bubbles. Pomfrey checked a parchment that floated beside her. It listed charms Harry could not read from this angle. All his friends are still asleep, she said. They will wake soon. I will not have a crowd around this tank when they do. One at a time. Calmly. I am not having him upset because someone starts shouting. Tonks sobered. You really think they will shout? Would you not? Pomfrey asked. If you woke up after a battle and someone told you your best friend is now in a glass vat. Tonks did not have an answer for that. She squeezed the edge of the tank once, a brief, light touch, and then walked away toward the ward door. Harry followed her footsteps through the floor until the sound faded. The hospital wing settled into a quieter rhythm. Pomfrey moved between beds. She checked Hermione's bandages, adjusted Ron's arm where it was in a sling, tutted over a bruise on Neville's shoulder. Each movement was brisk and practiced. Harry found himself counting the seconds between checks just to have something simple to focus on. The light through the high windows shifted. The hum of the school beyond the doors grew a little louder as morning classes began. Somewhere down the corridor, a group of first years whispered in low, excited voices about monsters and the ministry. Harry heard his own name once, twice, then more. Each time it was followed by a different story. He tried not to listen. He watched instead. Hermione stirred first. It began with a tiny movement of her fingers on the blanket. Then her eyelids fluttered. Pomfrey was there at once, hand on Hermione's shoulder, murmuring something soft and firm. Hermione blinked, winced, and pulled in a sharp breath. Lie still, Pomfrey said. You are safe. You are at school. Your ribs are mending. Hermione tried to sit up at once. The pain stopped her with a gasp. Pomfrey raised the bed a little so that she could see more without straining. The others, Hermione said. Her voice was hoarse. Ron, Neville, Ginny, Harry, they are alive, Pomfrey said. Rest, Miss Granger. Hermione's gaze swept the room. She saw Ron in the next bed, pale and sleeping. She saw Neville and Ginny beyond. Her shoulders dropped in relief. Then her eyes caught the shape of the tank. She froze. From where Harry lay, he saw her pupils widen. Her hand clenched in the blanket. Pomfrey did not miss it. The healer sighed under her breath. Do not rush, Pomfrey said. We are still trying to understand. He is stable. That is what matters for now. Hermione swallowed. Is that him? Yes, Pomfrey said. Hermione did not scream. She did not faint. She stared, long and hard, taking everything in. The way the light shone through the clear mass that had once been Harry. The way his glasses sat half-buried near the front. The way his wand lay deep in the center like a line of shadow. Her mind was already working. Harry could almost hear it, ticking over possibilities. He can hear, Pomfrey said, and he responds. I asked him earlier to move if he understood. He did. Hermione licked her lips. Can I talk to him? Pomfrey hesitated. Fine, she said finally. Briefly. I do not want you overexcited, and I do not want him upset. I am not made of glass, Hermione muttered. Pomfrey raised an eyebrow. At the moment he is, so we will be gentle. Hermione shuffled to the edge of the bed. Every movement looked like it hurt, but she bit down on any noise and kept going. Pomfrey hovered, ready to catch her if she slipped. Hermione managed to swing her legs over the side and stand. She took 3 slow steps to the tank. Harry tried to pull himself toward her. The containment charms pushed back, keeping him centered. He could not touch the glass where she did, but he could thicken the mass nearest her hand. Harry, she whispered. Her fingers pressed to the side of the tank. Her eyes shone. Tears gathered at the corners and did not fall yet. If you can hear me, move toward my hand, she said. He did his best. He gathered everything he could feel and shoved. The closest part of him rose, thickened, and leaned into the glass. By the time he touched where her hand met the side, he was shaking with the effort. The surface trembled. Hermione's breath left her in a rush. That is you, she said. You are still in there. The words helped more than any charm. Harry felt something in him steady. The panic that had been sitting in every bit of his mass since the night before eased a little. He did not know what he looked like from outside, but from his point of view he was less scattered than he had been. Hermione pressed her forehead lightly to the glass. I do not know what happened yet, she said, but I will find out. Promise. We will fix this. Pomfrey cleared her throat softly. You will rest first. That is not a suggestion. Hermione straightened, wiped at her eyes, and nodded. Can I try something? Just a simple test. Please. Pomfrey folded her arms. What kind of test? A way for him to answer yes and no, Hermione said at once. If we can ask him questions, he can tell us things. He was in the department. He might have seen something important. Also, he might be able to tell us what he feels. Go on, Pomfrey said. But her tone warned that her patience had limits. Hermione turned back to the tank. Harry, if you can understand me, I want you to make a small wave for yes. Just a ripple. And do nothing for no. All right, she realized the problem halfway through that sentence. Right? She said quickly. So to set it up, make a wave if you are Harry. He did. It was more like a shudder all across the tank. The surface rippled from end to end. A few bubbles appeared and drifted upward. Good, Hermione said, and there was real relief in her voice now. Good. That is yes. Now, are you in pain? The question made Harry pause. He was not sure what counted as pain anymore. His body did not flare with sharp signals the way it used to. There was no broken bone to throb, no cut to sting. Everything was wrong at once, and he could not remember how it felt to be normal, so there was no clear point to compare. He let the surface stay still. Hermione watched closely. No. All right. Are you scared? He did not have to think about that one. The whole tank trembled. Thought so, she said softly. We will work on that. Are you able to sleep at all? He tried to think back. He had drifted a couple of times, losing track of voices and light. That might count. It did not feel like real rest. It felt like a brief break from having too much to notice. He managed the smallest of waves. Hermione nodded. Some. All right. Good. Pomfrey stepped in. Enough for now. Back to bed. When you can sit up without wincing, you may conduct research to your heart's content. Until then, you will do as you are told. Hermione opened her mouth, saw the expression on Pomfrey's face, and shut it again. She squeezed the glass once more. I will be back, she told Harry. Do not go anywhere. If he still had eyebrows, he might have lifted them at that. The joke was weak, but he appreciated the attempt. He let a small wave curl toward her as she turned away. Pomfrey helped her back into bed. Harry watched them go, then stared at the ceiling for a while. The high white arches were familiar. The tank was not. The faint movement of his own surface in the corner of his vision was a constant reminder that he could not escape his own body. Time crawled. Neville woke next, groggy and confused. Ginny followed. Pomfrey distracted them with talk of potions and food until they were steady enough to cope with more. She did not let them crowd the tank. Hermione gave a simple explanation. No one shouted. No one cried in front of him. Ron woke last. Harry felt it before he heard it. The shift in the air. The way the bed sheets pulled. The way the mattress springs groaned. Ron moved more than the others, even in that first minute. He jerked upright, swore, then groaned as pain flared in his shoulder. Pomfrey hurried over. Careful. What happened? Ron rasped. Last thing I remember. That room with the arch-bellatrix. Sirius. His voice cracked on the name. Pomfrey's expression softened a little. You are at school. You took a nasty blow to the shoulder. You will not be on a broom for a few weeks. You are lucky, that is all. Ron dragged a hand down his face. The others. Alive, Pomfrey said. Mostly bruises and curse burns. Rest. Ron dropped his hand. His eyes moved around the room. He saw Hermione, who gave him a small tired wave. He saw Neville and Ginny. Relief loosened his shoulders. Then his gaze slid past them and caught on the tank. He went still. There was a whole small fight in his expression in that second. Harry watched it from inside the glass. The first flicker was confusion, then suspicion, then realization, as his eyes picked out the familiar shape of broken glasses and a wand inside. Ron's breath hitched. No one said anything. Pomfrey watched with her mouth pressed in a thin line. Hermione gripped the edge of her blanket. Neville stared fixedly at his own hands. Ginny chewed her lip. Ron swung his legs off the bed. Ron, Pomfrey said, you are not ready to stand. He ignored her. He pushed to his feet, teeth clenched, and stumbled the few steps to the tank. His injured shoulder protested. He grabbed the glass with his good hand to steady himself. He stared down at Harry. Harry tried to move toward him. He was already near the front, thanks to Hermione's questions. He managed another small wave, more like a greeting this time. Ron flinched. He did not jump back. He did not scream. His face simply went blank, the color draining away. His hand stayed on the glass. That is him, Hermione said quietly. He can hear us. He responds to questions. Ron swallowed. His throat moved in a hard jerk. How? He asked. The words scraped out of him. Hermione told him what they knew. About the broken orb. The clash of spells. The way the magic had flooded into Harry. The way he had melted. Her voice shook once on that word, but she got through the explanation. Ron did not take his eyes off the tank. Say something, he whispered. Please, say something, mate. Harry tried. He pulled his mass up in the middle, forming the same clumsy lump as before. He forced part of it toward the front, toward Ron's hand, until it pressed hard against the glass. He tried to think of a mouth, a throat, breath. He pushed air through the small gap where the surface lifted. A rough, wet sound came out. It was not a word. It was not a shout. It was just noise, thick and broken. Bubbles raced up from the place where the sound had formed. They burst at the top with a few faint pops. Ron jerked back as if he had been burned. His heel caught the edge of the bed behind him. He almost fell. Hermione reached out, but Pomfrey got there first, catching his arm before he hit the floor. "Easy," Pomfrey said. "Do not move so fast." Ron stared at his hand as if he expected it to have slime on it. It did not. The tank had held. Harry had not been able to reach him properly. "That noise," Ron said. That thing." "Ron," Hermione warned. He turned on her. "You heard it," he said. "Do not act like you did not. That was not a voice. That is not him. Cannot be. He looks like something Fred would cook up in the shed as a joke." Hermione's eyes flashed. "He can hear you. He should not be able to," Ron shot back. "He does not have ears. He does not have a face. This is wrong. It is all wrong." Ginny swung her legs off her bed. "Ron, do not," Ron said sharply. "Do not tell me to calm down. You did not see what I saw. You were not standing next to him when he collapsed. 1 second he was there with his wand shouting at Bellatrix. The next he was a puddle. People do not do that." Harry wanted to shout that he agreed, that he hated it as much as Ron did, that he was still the same boy underneath the mess. The lump that had been his attempt at a mouth sagged and slid back into the pool. He tried to make a wave. His surface only rippled weakly. Hermione left her bed again, slower this time, and came to stand between Ron and the tank. "He is scared," she said. "You saw how he reacted. He is trying to answer. We cannot turn on him because magic did something strange. This is Harry. He is our friend." Ron's jaw clenched. "You say that," he said. "But look at him. Really look. If you did not know his wand and glasses, would you recognize anything?" "I do not know what he is." "Alive," Hermione said. Ron's voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. "For how long? He should have died there. That curse. The way that light hit him. Maybe this is the curse. Maybe he is stuck as some cursed sludge until it finishes him off. Maybe we are just dragging it out." Pomfrey bristled. "We do not talk about patients like that in this ward." Ron scrubbed a hand through his hair. His injured shoulder twinged, making him wince. "I am just saying what everyone is thinking," he said. "Look at Moody. Look at the way he kept his distance in that room. He thought it too." Hermione's eyes flicked once to Harry, then back to Ron. "You are scared." "Of course I am scared," Ron said. "You are not. You should be." "I am," Hermione said evenly. "I am terrified. I am also not going to stand here and talk about him like he is already gone while he listens to every word." Ron flinched again, as if the reminder had struck him. He looked back at the tank. Harry had managed to settle enough to keep his surface smooth. He tried to project something calm, though he had no idea if there was any way to communicate that. He felt like a first year trying to do silent spells without having learned how. "I did not mean," Ron began, then gave up. "I do not know what I mean." His gaze traced the line of the wand inside the pool, then the half-buried glasses. His throat bobbed again. "That thing," he said very quietly. "I do not know if it is you." Hermione's hand closed around his wrist. "Do not say that." "It is the truth," Ron said, louder now. "We do not know what it is. For all we know, some creature ate him and is using his magic. We do not know what was in those shelves. We do not know what that mist does. We do not know anything. We are just guessing." Harry's entire mass stung at those words. He felt something strange move inside him. Not panic this time. Not fear. It was hotter, heavier. Anger. He had felt it before, at Umbridge, at the Ministry, at the way no one listened. Now it had nowhere to go except through every part of him at once. His surface shook. The tank quivered on its stand. The magical net tightened to keep him from spreading. "See," Ron said. "He heard me. If it is him, he is angry enough to rattle the whole ward. That is not normal." "Nothing about this is normal," Hermione said. "We live in a castle full of moving portraits and talking hats. You cannot draw the line at Harry being slime." Ron gave a short, hysterical laugh. It is a bit more of a jump than a hat, Hermione. Pomfrey stepped between them. That is enough, she said. Both of you. Mr. Weasley, you will get back into bed before your shoulder tears open. Miss Granger, you will lie down before you faint. You are all going to eat something, sleep, and then you may argue as much as you like. Somewhere that is not next to my patient. She did not raise her voice much. She did not need to. Years of dealing with stubborn students had sharpened her tone to a precise blade. Ron opened his mouth to argue, then caught sight of the look she gave him. He shut it again. He went back to his bed with stiff steps and lay down, staring at the ceiling. Hermione hesitated. She turned to the tank once more. Harry, she said, voice low. I know that was awful to hear. He is scared. That is all. He does not mean it the way it sounded. Harry could not say whether that was true. He did understand the fear. His own was still there, heavy and constant. He could not blame Ron for flinching at the sight of him. He had watched his own body vanish. If their positions were reversed, he might have reacted the same way. He made a small wave. It was weak, but it was yes. Hermione relaxed a fraction. We will talk later, she said. When everyone is calmer. Pomfrey shepherded her back to bed. The ward fell into a tense quiet. Dumbledore arrived not long after. He came through the doors with his usual slow stride, but there was no twinkle in his eyes. His robes were a plain, dark color with singe marks near the hem. His beard had lost the worst of the scorch marks from the night before, but there were still uneven patches. Poppy, he said, how is everyone? Pomfrey gave a brisk report. Physical injuries, curse reactions, sleeping patterns. She did not mention the argument, but Dumbledore's gaze flicked once to Ron, once to Hermione, and then settled on the tank. He moved to stand beside it. Good morning, Harry, he said. Or perhaps afternoon. Time tends to blur after nights like that. Harry did not have any sense of whether it was morning or afternoon now. He rippled anyway. Dumbledore's mouth curved in a faint smile. I have informed your guardians, he said. Sirius and Remus know that you are alive, though not the details yet. I thought it kinder to tell them in person. I will visit them this evening. Harry tried to form another small lump. It rose a little and sank. As for the ministry, Dumbledore went on, they are aware that something unusual occurred. They do not yet know the extent. The minister will, however, be here within the hour. Pomfrey's lips thinned. He is not laying a finger on my patients. He will not, Dumbledore said, but he will try to lay a policy on them. He has already expressed concern about unknown magic in the school. Ron muttered something into his pillow. It sounded rude even from this distance. Unknown magic, Hermione repeated. Harry is a person, not a curse. The two are not easily separated in some minds, Dumbledore said, and his gaze went to the tank again. Harry, I must ask something difficult. When the minister arrives, he will want to see you. He will not see a boy. He will see a potential threat. I can speak on your behalf, but it will help if you can show some control. Anything you can manage. Harry did not want the minister anywhere near him. He remembered too many meetings, too many times Fudge had twisted the truth for comfort. He also remembered that Fudge had not believed him about Voldemort. If the minister saw a pool of magic slime in a school, he might react in a way that ended badly. For Harry, for Hogwarts, for everyone, he did not have many options. He gathered himself again, as much as the containment would allow, and tried to hold a shape near the surface. It did not have to be a face. It just had to look deliberate. A low, squarish mound rose, steadier than before, trembled, but it did not collapse at once. He kept it there, shaking with the effort. Dumbledore watched with open admiration. Well done, he said quietly. That will help. Do not overdo it. You will need your strength. Harry did not know exactly what strength meant in this new form, but he knew he was already tired. He let the mound sink halfway, then held it there, like a small hill in the middle of the pool. The doors opened again. Cornelius Fudge swept in with 2 Aurors at his back and Dolores Umbridge at his side. He looked as if he had not slept. His hat was slightly crooked. Umbridge's face was pinched tighter than usual. The Aurors fanned out near the beds. Harry recognized one from the fight in the department. The other was new. "Headmaster," Fudge said, "you might have told me sooner that you brought something like this back to the school." "I told you that I brought back my students," Dumbledore said. "That is what I did." Fudge's gaze went straight to the tank. He stopped 3 paces away. His face went from wary to repulsed in one long slide. "Good heavens!" Umbridge gave a tiny, delighted giggle that she tried to hide behind her stubby fingers. "So this is what all the fuss is about," she said. "I had heard a rumor that Potter had got himself cursed again. I did not realize it was so dramatic." Harry felt another rush of anger. He wanted very much to splash her. He could not. Dumbledore's tone stayed mild. "Harry is alive, Minister. The transformation is severe, but as you can see he is conscious and responsive." Fudge peered closer. His nose wrinkled. "You are certain?" he asked. "This is Potter. This is not some bit of summon do's." Hermione made a choking sound. Ron sat up a little. Ginny glared at Fudge from her bed. "He moved when we spoke to him," Hermione said. "He answers questions. He kept us alive in the department. Please do not speak about him as if he is not here." Fudge blinked, as if he had forgotten other people were in the room. "Miss Granger," he said, "you should be resting." "We are," Hermione said, but her jaw was set. Umbridge stepped closer to the tank. Her eyes were bright with the kind of curiosity that made Harry's mask crawl. She raised her wand as if to poke the glass. Dumbledore moved at once. He did not grab her wrist. He simply placed himself between her and the tank. "That will not be necessary," he said. Umbridge gave him a sweet, poisonous smile. "We must inspect it, Headmaster, for the safety of the school. It may leak corruption. It may influence the children. We do not know what an entity like this can do." "I do," Dumbledore said. His voice left no room for argument. "This is Harry James Potter," he went on. "He has saved the school more than once. He has faced dangers that would send most adults running. He is not an entity. He is not a sample. He is a child who has suffered yet another consequence of our failure to keep him safe." Silence fell. Even the Aurors seemed taken aback by the steel in his tone. Fudge tugged at his collar. Yes, of course, no one doubts Potter's record. The issue is practical. Unknown magic. The legal classification of cursed persons. We cannot simply house a magical anomaly in the school without precautions." "Which precautions do you suggest?" Dumbledore asked. Fudge seized on the question as if it were a lifeline. "The Department of Mysteries is equipped for this sort of thing. They have containment rooms, experts, wards. They could study the effect, try to reverse it. We could transfer him there under guard." Harry went cold. He remembered the arch, the empty wind that blew from it, the way the department kept secrets. The thought of being left alone in some deep room while unnamed people prodded him made every part of him shrink. He tried to move again to show his fear. The pool shook. Dumbledore did not look away from Fudge. "You would take him from the only home he has ever known," he said quietly. "You would put him in the hands of the very people whose mistake caused this." Fudge's face went blotchy. "We do not know that it was their mistake. They are trained. It was a battle. The children should not have been there in the first place." "That is on you, Dumbledore." Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. "I will accept my share of blame. I will not hand over Harry to be treated as an object. He stays here. I will strengthen the wards. Poppy will watch his health. We will seek outside help as needed. The school will adapt." Umbridge let out a breathy laugh. "You cannot simply decide that, Headmaster," she said. "The Ministry has authority over the use of dangerous artifacts. This falls under our jurisdiction." "This is not an artifact," Dumbledore said. "It is a student." His eyes flicked once to the tank. "Harry," he said, as calmly as if they were discussing next week's homework, "if you wish to remain at Hogwarts, will you move toward my hand?" He placed his palm flat on the glass. Harry did not hesitate. He gathered what little control he had left and surged toward that spot. The front of the pool rose and pressed against the glass under Dumbledore's hand. The effort sent tremors through the entire tank. His awareness flickered at the edges. He held as long as he could. Then he sagged back, exhausted. Hermione smiled through her nerves. Ginny gave a small nod. Even Neville looked relieved. Dumbledore looked at Fudge. "There," he said. "You have your answer from the only person who has the right to make that choice." Fudge mopped his forehead with a handkerchief. "This is irregular," he muttered. "Completely irregular." "Quite," Dumbledore said. "We live in irregular times." Umbridge opened her mouth. Dumbledore spoke before she could. "And of course," he said, "you are free to take this matter to the Board of Governors and to the Wisengamot. I will argue on Harry's behalf in both places. Publicly, I look forward to telling the wizarding world that the Ministry's answer to a child's suffering is to lock him in a basement for study." Umbridge shut her mouth again. Fudge winced. "You drive a hard bargain," he said. "Fine. For now, he stays under observation. I expect regular reports." "Poppy will send you what is appropriate," Dumbledore said. "You may rest assured that Hogwarts will not neglect its duty of care." The words were polite. The look was not. Fudge muttered again, turned, and marched out. Umbridge gave the tank one last lingering look, then followed. The Aurors trailed behind. The room felt lighter the moment they were gone. Dumbledore let out a long breath he had been holding since they walked in. He looked suddenly older. "Thank you," Hermione said softly. He glanced at her. "For what?" "For not letting them take him," she said. "I know the law probably says they can." Dumbledore smiled, tired and real. "The law often says many things," he said. "Sometimes it forgets that mercy comes first." He touched the edge of the tank once more. "I am sorry you had to hear that, Harry," he said. "We will speak later. You and I and your friends. For now you should rest. Try not to worry about the Ministry. I have given them plenty to think about without dragging you away." He left with a swirl of singed robes, heading for his next meeting. The ward quieted again. Ron rolled onto his side, away from the tank. Hermione watched him. She did not say anything. Ginny reached across to squeeze his uninjured hand. He did not pull away. Harry lay still in his glass prison and tried to make sense of the day. Hermione believed him. Dumbledore had defended him. Ron did not know what to think. The Ministry saw a hazard. None of it changed the simple fact that he could not walk, talk, or even blink. He was stuck, a puddle on display. The idea of staying like this forever pressed in on him like the weight of the entire ceiling. He did not know how long he stayed in that loop of thought. At some point the light outside the windows changed again. Pomfrey dimmed the lamps. Students were shooed away. The castle settled into evening sounds. At last, late, the ward was empty except for Pomfrey at her desk and the handful of occupied beds. Pomfrey rubbed her eyes, then stood and stretched. "I am going to fetch more potions from my cupboard," she said softly, more to herself than to anyone. "If anyone tries to get up while I am gone, I will know." She vanished through a side door. For the first time since he had woken in the tank, Harry was alone in the room. He lay there for a long moment, listening to the hum of spells and the faint snores from Ron's direction. He stared at the ceiling. He watched a moth bump against one of the high windows. Then he noticed the drain. It was a simple round grate in the floor under his tank. A faint trickle of water ran through the pipes beneath, part of the cleaning charms that kept the hospital wing spotless. Each time Pomfrey cast one, a small amount of water appeared, did its work and flowed away. He had ignored it as background. Now, with everything else quiet, he could feel the water move. It was like a small river under his bed. The glass of the tank rested on a metal frame. The frame had 4 legs. Each leg had a little gap where it met the floor, a space not much wider than a quill. Enough for dust. Enough for water from a spill. He stared at that gap. The containment charms held him in place, pressing gently from all sides. They were tuned to his magic, as Dumbledore had said. They kept him from spreading too far. But magic was not perfect. Frayed at the edges. It had seams. He began to test them. Slowly, carefully, he sent a very thin part of himself toward one corner of the tank. He did not shove. He slid. The wards hummed, nudging him back. He retreated, waited, then tried again at a slightly different angle. It was like working a tongue against a loose tooth. Press and retreat. Adjust. Press and retreat. Each attempt took a tiny amount of effort. He rested between them, listening for any sign that someone had noticed. No alarms sounded. No one rushed in. Pomfrey did not reappear. Little by little, he found a place where the pressure of the ward was weaker. It was not a wide gap. It was no more than a hairline space where two charms overlapped. To a human body, it would have been nothing. To something that could flatten itself into a smear, it was a possibility. He drew back, gathered himself as much as he could without making the surface of the tank show anything unusual, and then sent a very thin thread of himself toward that seam. The wards pushed. He did not shove. He flowed. For a moment he felt resistance, like squeezing through a tight jumper. Then the pressure changed. The thread slipped through. He tried not to lose focus in his sudden surge of triumph. The bit of him that had escaped dropped along the outside of the tank and touched the cool air of the ward. Then it slid down the metal leg. The world shifted. His awareness split. Most of him still lay in the tank. A small part dangled like a drop of thick water, sliding toward the floor. He could feel both at once. It was dizzying. He paused halfway and took a steadying moment. If he pushed too much of himself through at once, the wards might notice and snap shut. Pomfrey might return. Someone might see and panic. He let the tiny escaped piece reach the floor. The stone felt different from above. It was rougher, cooler. He pressed himself thinner, spreading like a spill, and reached for the nearest crack. There was always a crack. No castle was perfect. The floor under the tank had a thin line where two tiles met. Dust had settled there over the years. Cleaning charms did not quite reach into it. He slid into that line. The trickle of water from the drain was louder here. It drew him like a magnet. Harry paused. If he went into the pipes, he did not know if he would be able to come back. He did not know where they led. He did not know if he would get caught in some bend and pulled apart. He did not know anything. He knew one thing. He could not stay in the tank forever. He sent one more thin feeler down the crack, just enough to touch the edge of the drain. Cold, damp air rose from it. It smelled of stone and soap and something faintly metallic. His awareness tugged. Behind him, the larger part of his mass sat in the glass, still and quiet. If anyone glanced over now, they would see nothing unusual. The wards hummed on, unaware that they had lost a sliver of what they held. Harry took a breath he did not need. Then he let the small part of himself slide down, over the edge and into the dark. Harry hit the water in pieces. The sliver that had slid through the crack left the tank behind and dropped into the narrow pipe under the hospital wing. Cold seeped through him. The flow was shallow, a tired trickle that carried soap and potion traces. The stone pressed close around. For a moment he was only sensation. Water. Stone. A thin line of himself drifting along the current. Then the rest of him tugged. Most of his mass still lay in the tank, pressed flat in the glass. That part felt heavy, numb, watched. This new thread in the pipes felt free. He could stretch further here. He could move without waiting for a wand to lift him. He followed the pull of the water. The pipe bent. He flowed with it. He learned very fast that corners were dangerous. If he went too fast, he would scatter across the walls. If he went too slow, the water dragged him apart in strings. He found a pace that kept him together. The building spoke through the stone. He felt footsteps above. Every step sent a small drum beat through the ceiling of the pipe. He felt toilets flush. He felt buckets set down. He felt the rush of a mop when Pomfrey cleaned. The castle was already loud when he had ears. It was deafening like this. He did not know how long he let the water carry him. Time inside the pipes was strange. There was no sky, no windows, only stone and the steady rush. His awareness flickered between the piece that flowed under the school and the larger pool in the tank. At first the tank felt safer. It held his name. It held the last clear memory of his own face. That changed. On the second night he pushed more of himself through the gap. Pomfrey had given up trying to count his exact size. The tank still looked full. The net still hummed. No alarm went off when he split away another slice. He drifted out again, down past the frame, into the crack, into the pipe. By the third night, the part of him in the tank had gone quiet and thick. It answered when Hermione spoke. It made small waves on request. It did not think much. The part in the pipes did. He clung to that part. He learned which pipes led to sinks, which to baths, which to toilets. He learned to tell the smell of the greenhouses from the smell of the kitchens. He learned the heavy cold of the lake water and avoided it for now. He was not ready for that much weight. He learned to hunt. The first time it happened by accident. He slid along a pipe near the kitchens, following the faint warmth of cooking spells. A hairy body blocked the flow ahead. A rat. It had found a dry ledge and washed its whiskers, sending tiny ripples through the water. Hunger flared. He did not think first. He surged forward. His front edge wrapped around the rat before it could jump. Fur brushed his surface. Claws scratched uselessly at the inside of his mass. The small heart hammered for 3 shaky beats. Then it stopped. Magic flickered inside the rat as it died. A spark of life. He felt it move into him with the warm rush he had felt when he touched Bellatrix and Remus. It settled inside. A tiny glow that was nothing compared to a human, but still more than the water. The body broke down. Not in hours. Not in minutes. In heartbeats. Flesh softened inside him. Bone came apart. Hair floated for a moment, then sank. A taste spread through his awareness. Grease. Dust. Old bread crusts. The flavors came with images that were not his. Flashes of floorboards and crumbs. They faded fast. When it was over, there was no body. Only a thick smear of something darker inside his mass. He recoiled from himself. He had killed before or helped. Basilisk. Dementors. People in the battle. He had thrown curses that knocked men into walls. He had watched Sirius fall through the arch. None of that prepared him for this. He had eaten. He tried to pull away from where the rat had been. There was nowhere to go. It was inside him now. Guilt rose hot and sharp. You did not need to eat rats to survive, a small part of his mind said. You could have slid past. You are not a snake. Another part answered. You are not a boy either. Later that night he hunted on purpose. He told himself he was cleaning. The kitchens had a pest problem. Doxies chewed the edges of sacks. Rats climbed the pantry shelves. He could hear them in the walls. He could feel their claws vibrate through the wood. He waited until the elves slept. He oozed out of a crack behind a cupboard in a slow sheet. The room was dark. Moonlight slid in through a high window. The smell of sugar and butter wrapped around him. He moved under a table, around chair legs, over cold flagstones. A doxy skittered along the wall. He rose and wrapped around it. This one fought more. Wings buzzed against his surface. Tiny teeth bit into nothing. Kicked and thrashed and then went still. The rush that followed was smaller than the rat but brighter. Doxy bodies held more magic. He swallowed for that night. Each time the guilt came a second slower. Each time the rush lasted a little longer. By the fourth, he caught himself thinking about the next one in a calm way that scared him. He retreated into the pipes, shaking. He flowed through empty corridors in the walls, under flagstones and behind portraits. Students moved above, laughing and arguing. He listened without meaning to. Their voices reached him through stone. One afternoon, a group of second years sat in the corridor outside the Charms classroom. I am serious, one boy said. Fred told me. Something grabbed his shoe in the hall after curfew. It was wet. It tried to pull him under the door. That sounds like Peeves, a girl said. Peeves is always dropping things on people. No, another boy said. Dean said he saw something move in the pipes in the boys' bathroom. Green and clear, like a jelly. It climbed up the wall. They argued about it for 10 full minutes. By the time they left, the story had grown into a long list of sightings. A film of goo in the astronomy stairwell. A drip from the ceiling that slid away from a light spell. A handprint left on a window and gone the next second. They called it the Green Ghost. Harry listened and did not know whether to laugh or hide deeper. He was living in the walls. He moved along behind stone and brick, slid through the pipes and vents, watched the school through thin cracks. He helped sometimes without thinking. Once he saw a potion spill in an empty classroom, acid eating into the flagstones where some student had broken a bottle and fled. He flowed under the door, climbed up the leg of the nearest desk, and poured himself over the mess. The potion burned like fire. Every bit of him that touched it screamed. He held his shape anyway, shuddering, as the acid fizzled. The bright color dulled. The smell faded. When it was done, a dark patch of hurt sat inside him, like the bruises he used to get on his arms. The stone under him was clean. He told himself that was worth it when he thought of some first year slipping the next day. He told himself many things. He told himself he was still Harry. He told himself this was temporary. He told himself he was only in the pipes until Dumbledore found a cure. He told himself he was not a monster for hunting pests. Some days those words felt solid. Some days the pipes felt more real than his own name. He found that if he stayed in the walls too long without checking on the tank, he forgot the shape of his old hands. He forgot the exact shade of his eyes. He remembered what it felt like to be hungry and full, but not which foods he liked. Faces blurred. When he drew back into the glass again, the tight shape of the tank felt wrong. Pomfrey and Hermione and the others still came. They still spoke to him. They did not know that the part in the tank was thinner now, stretched over glass. They did not see the part of him that watched from a crack in the far wall. One evening, after a visit from Dumbledore, he pulled nearly all of himself out. Took hours. He waited until the ward was dark and quiet. The moon outside cast long lines of light on the floor. Pomfrey sat at her desk with a book and a cup of tea. When she finally nodded off in her chair, he moved. He squeezed through the seam where the charms were weakest. The net pulled. He gave up a thin film of himself to keep it happy. The rest slid down the outside of the tank, down the leg, into the crack. His wand came with him, wrapped in his mass like a spine. He left his glasses behind. They would be a marker for the others, something to look at through the glass. He could not manage more than one object without snagging on the wards. It hurt to leave them. They were the last piece of his old self he had worn every day. He left them anyway. When he reached the pipe, he felt lighter than he had since the battle. He flowed deeper into the castle. He avoided the hospital wing. He avoided any pipe that led back to that room. Guilt pricked at him. Hermione would wake in the morning and tap on the glass and get a slower answer. Ron might avoid the tank and never know he was gone. He kept moving. He passed under the library. He felt shelves through the stone, the weight of books, the slow shift of air when pages turned. He passed under the great hall. The sound of cutlery and voices thundered above, muffled by stone but still huge. He could not bring himself to go straight under Gryffindor Tower. Not yet. He turned toward the lower levels instead. The pipes near the kitchens were wide. Warm air drifted through them from the stoves. Water ran more often here. He slid along one that ran behind a plain bit of wall near the corridor that led toward the Hufflepuff common room and the kitchens. That was when he heard her humming. The other students hummed sometimes. Little tricks of air from their throats. Snatches of songs. This was different. It was soft and steady and a bit off the tune, like someone who did not care if they missed notes. It vibrated through the stone in a pattern that made something in him ease. He slowed. He pressed himself thin and moved toward the sound. Every pipe had tiny gaps. The one here opened into a narrow vent near the floor, just above the skirting. Dust clung to the edges. No one had looked inside in years. Harry rose toward it. He pushed part of his mass against the metal grid. It bent a little under the pressure. He eased a corner free and let a small amount of himself drip through. The corridor outside was quiet. A girl sat on the floor with her back against the wall, legs stretched out. She held a plate on her knees with a scoop of pudding on it. Her long hair fell around her shoulders in a pale curtain. She had bright beads on a string around her neck and radish earrings that swung when she moved her head. Luna Lovegood. She hummed under her breath, eyes half closed, spoon moving in slow circles through the pudding, as if she was stirring a cauldron for practice. She did not look at the vent. The first drop of Harry fell. It landed near her shoe with a soft sound. A clear blob the size of a walnut. It flattened on the flagstone and then thickened again. Luna stopped humming. She opened her eyes and looked down. Harry braced himself. He expected a scream. He expected a flinch. He expected her to jump up and run for the next corridor and yell for a teacher. He did not know what he would do then. Slide back into the vent, probably. Hide and listen to the footsteps. Luna tilted her head. "Hello, Harry," she said. He froze. Another bit of him slid through the gap without his permission and dropped beside the first. The two blobs merged with a quiet sigh. She scooped a little pudding on her spoon and rested it on the edge of the plate. "You look different," she went on. "I liked your hair before. This is interesting too. You are more wobbly than I expected." Harry tried to move. He formed a small wave toward her shoe, then pulled back. The part of him still in the pipe trembled. His name echoed in her voice. She had said it as if there was no question. He did not have a mouth, but if he did he would have asked how she knew. "You feel like you," Luna said, as if that answered the unspoken thought. "The air is sad around you. The Raxburts are sort of pressed flat. They usually dance." She set the plate down on the floor beside him. "Hungry?" she asked. The smell hit him before the word. Warm sugar, milk, vanilla, chocolate. He had always liked pudding. The memory came back in a rush. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, laughing with Ron. Hermione rolling her eyes when he went back for a second serving. Hunger flared. He did not have a stomach, but the feeling was still there. An empty weight inside his mass, a pull toward the plate. He hesitated. Luna watched without hurrying him. She propped her chin on one hand and blinked slow. "It is safe," she said. "I ate a spoonful already. No poison." She pointed at the missing scoop on the plate with her spoon. Harry edged closer. He left some of himself in the pipe, still pressed against the vent, in case this went wrong and he needed to retreat fast. The rest of the puddle slid over the flagstone until its front edge touched the base of the plate. He paused again. Luna nudged the plate a little nearer. "Go on," she said. "You have less of a mouth now. You need the help." He reached up. His surface climbed the side of the plate in a slow sheet. The pudding wobbled. He flowed over the curve and down into the bowl. The taste hit at once. It was richer than the rat and the doxy put together, warm and sweet and full of milk fat. It spread into him like a warm quilt. There was no fear in this meat, no frantic heartbeat. Only comfort and sugar and the faint echo of the house elf who had made it. He took more than he meant to. The whole scoop vanished inside him. The plate was clean. He pulled back, embarrassed. Luna laughed in a small, delighted way. "They are going to be very confused in the kitchen," she said. "That plate was full when I walked out with it." She picked up the spoon and swirled the empty dish. "How does it feel?" she asked. "The pudding." Harry tried to answer with a wave. He let a ripple move through his surface, slower and smoother than before. The feeling inside him was the closest thing to calm he had had since the battle. "That looks like a yes," Luna said. "Good. If you had refused pudding, I would have worried they had damaged your brain as well as your body." She said it with the same mild tone she used for everything. Harry eased more of himself through the vent. The small puddle swelled. He poured from the pipe in a steady pour until he was a low heap on the floor in front of her, a wide pool that reflected the dim light. His wand sat trapped in the middle, a dark line. It felt odd to show that part of himself, as if he were laying his spine bare. Luna's gaze went to it at once. "Still holding on to that," she said. "Good. You would look very strange without it." She set the plate aside. Harry drew closer. He did not quite touch her shoes. He kept at least a finger width of space between his front edge and the leather. He had seen what he did to things he wrapped around. He did not want to find out what would happen if he swallowed a friend. Luna reached out. He tensed. Her hand dipped down toward his surface, pale fingers steady. Every instinct Harry had learned in the pipes told him to drag back. He told that instinct to be quiet and held his ground. Her fingertips sank into him. The contact was not shocking. It was a slow slide. Her skin broke his surface and sank a little inside. Heat rushed into him from every point where she touched. The warmth was different from the sudden flare of a spell. It was steady and human. He felt her pulse. It thumped through him in a calm rhythm. He felt the faint hum of her magic, quieter than his but present, steady and strange, full of odd edges. No fear, no disgust. His awareness jolted. He had touched people in the last days. Bellatrix, Remus, Tonks by accident. Every time the contact had been quick and messy. This was deliberate. This was gentle. It cut through the fog that had gathered around his thoughts. He remembered his name. Harry, Luna said. Her fingers moved a little, like she was petting a cat. You have been hiding, she said. It must be very lonely in the walls. He tried to answer. The old path was still there in his head. Air in, air out, tongue, teeth, voice. None of those parts existed. He had no throat to carry sound. He pushed anyway. He pushed at the part of himself under her hand, the part closest to her face. He tried to tighten it, to make a denser line that could carry vibration. He drew air into his mass from the corridor, all at once, pulling it against the glass-like surface. It bubbled, then settled. Luna watched, curious. Trying to talk, she said. That is ambitious. I like it. He tried again. He shaped a thicker area near the front, where a chest would be. He thought about lungs, about the way they had moved when he ran for the train. He thought about his throat when it hurt from shouting. He thought about the way sound echoed in his skull when Ron laughed in his ear. He pushed the air up. For a moment nothing happened. Then his surface quivered. A rough noise scraped out of him. It was not clear. It was low and broken, more growl than word. It still echoed down the corridor in a way that made his own mass flinch. Luna did not flinch. Again, she said gently. Slow this time. You are not in class. No one is timing you. He tried again. The first attempt had taught him something. He adjusted. The dense part of him that acted as a chest widened a little. He made a narrower line that ran from that to a smaller knot near the front. A throat. A mouth. He pulled air in. He pushed it out. He rasped. The sound was rough sand. He shook his whole pool. He nearly lost the shape. Luna's fingers pressed into him more firmly. You are doing well, she said. You have always been good at difficult homework. He caught the shape and held it. Then, he forced. His awareness narrowed to that one sound. He pulled the last part out with a surge that left him shaking. Thank you. The words scraped the corridor. They were barely more than a harsh whisper. They still made Luna's eyes shine. You are welcome, she said. He slumped. The chest shape melted. The throat line went soft. He collapsed back into a puddle with a loud, wet sound. The effort had drained something inside him. Not magic. Something more basic. Luna did not pull her hand away. She let his surface wrap a little higher around her fingers. He pulled back fast when he felt the edge of his own dissolving trick begin. Careful, he croaked. The sound cost less this time. His improvised throat was still in place in some way. The words came out clearer, though still rough. She smiled. You are careful, she said. You pulled back before you hurt me. That is a good sign. She sat cross-legged now, knees close to the puddle, robe pooling around her. The corridor was empty except for them. A single torch burned at the far end, leaving most of the space in soft shadow. You have been here the last few nights, she said. In the walls. I could hear you. He would have blinked. You heard me? He asked. I did not make a sound. You made plenty, she said. Just not the kind most people listen for. Pipes sing when something moves in them. The air carries feelings. You were sad, then sharp, then hungry. People do not notice unless they are quiet. She said it as if it were simple. Harry thought of all the times he had moved through the pipes. Sure, he was invisible. The idea that someone had noticed made his mass itch and ease at the same time. I thought you were a ghost at first, Luna went on. Then you dripped on my nose during dinner 2 nights ago. Your magic feels the same, just in a different shape. He tried not to picture that. You are not scared, he said. The words came out slow. Each one needed a breath, a push, a tiny rebuild of his improvised voice. Luna frowned lightly, as if the question puzzled her. Should I be? She asked. Have you started eating students? No, he said, horrified. Then I am not scared, she said. You have eaten rats and things though. He hesitated. Yes, he admitted. She nodded. Good. They spread disease. The house elves do their best. But the castle is large and pests are patient. You are helping. He had not thought of it that way. You still feel guilty, she added. That is also good. If you stop feeling guilty, we will have to have a serious chat. He let out a shaky laugh. It came out as a series of uneven bursts of air. Still felt like laughing. I am losing it, he said. My name. My face. I can remember spells, but not what my own hands looked like. In the pipes I forget how many years we have been here. Everything is just stone and water and rats. I know, Luna said. He stared at her. How? He asked. She tapped her temple with one slim finger. My mother used to say that if you spend too long looking at the world through a single lens, you start to forget you ever had eyes. She said. You have been inside stone. It makes sense that you feel more like stone. I do not want to stay like this, he said. The words tumbled out. Fudge came. They want to move me. Dumbledore said no. Ron looked at the tank and did not know if it was me. Hermione is trying, but she cannot fix this alone. I am a puddle, Luna. A very polite puddle, she said. You thanked me. That is more than some people manage. Tears would have come if he had tear ducts. As it was, his mask shivered. A few bubbles rose to the top and popped. I cannot even look people in the eye, he said. I do not have any. Then we need to make some, Luna said. She said it as if she had told him they needed to make tea. He stilled. What? He asked. You are good at learning new magic under pressure, she said. You did it with the Patronus spell. You did it with the summoning charm. This is just a different kind of body. You need to teach it to hold a shape. He thought of his attempts at a mouth in the tank. They fall apart, he said. I cannot keep them long. You did better this time, she said. You held your chest and throat while we spoke. How much of you did you move? Just the front, he said. The rest in the pipe is still flat. Then we start small, Luna said. She withdrew her hand from his surface at last and wiped it casually on her skirt. A faint smear of clear slime stayed on her skin and then vanished as he pulled it back. I will sit here, she said. You will pull yourself together in one place. Make a mound. Not a whole person. Just enough for gravity to notice. He almost told her he was too tired. Then he remembered the tank. The glass. The way Pomfrey had looked at him with pity. The way Fudge had called him a thing. The way Ron had stared at the surface and said he did not know what Harry was. He gathered himself. He pulled the scattered edges of his puddle inward. It was easier now that he was not stretched along a pipe. The mass thickened. The center rose. The feeling was strange, like tightening every muscle he had ever had at once. The puddle became a low hill. Luna watched with interest. Good, she said. Higher, he grunted. The sound was almost human. He pushed more of himself toward the center. The hill grew. A soft sheen covered it. His wand sat embedded deep in the middle. He tried to keep it aligned where a spine would go. His sides ran. Each time he rose, some of him slid away. He had to keep pulling it back, like stacking cards in a breeze. He felt every bit that wanted to give up. He did not let them. The hill reached as high as Luna's knees. He shook. Enough, she said. Hold that. You are doing well. He did not know how long he could hold it. Seconds. Maybe a minute. Every moment felt longer than the last. Now, she said. Can you push a bit more into the top? Where a head would be. He tried. The top of the hill swelled. It bulged forward, then back, then sideways. He tried to think of his old face. Scar. Hair. Glasses. The images were fuzzy. He settled for round. The bulge rounded out. It did not look like a head. It looked like a lumpy ball on top of a column. That was enough for now. Luna reached out. She pressed her palm to the side of the lumpy head. Hello, she said. You look very handsome. He made a rough sound that might have been a snort. I look awful, he said. Not awful, she said. Just unfinished. Like a sketch. You always hated it when your homework was half done. This is the same. You just need to add the details. He tried. He pushed small bumps where eyes would be. They did not see. His whole surface still saw in every direction. The bumps were only shape. He tried to make a ridge for a nose. It ran. He gave up on the mouth for now. He needed all his focus to keep the rest together. His arms were worse. He willed 2 parts of his side to narrow and stretch. They came out too thin at first, strings that sagged. He thickened them, trying to remember the feel of reaching for a broom. They still drooped, but they at least dangled where arms should be. Luna took one. Her fingers wrapped around the end. He stiffened it by instinct. The contact sent another rush of warmth through him. Felt like having a hand again. He squeezed without meaning to. "Oh," Luna said. "That is nice." Her cheeks went pink. He stared at her. "You are covered in my slime," he said. "That is not nice." "It is cool," she said. "And a bit sticky. Feels like sitting on a stone after rain. I have had worse." She met what passed for his gaze. "You are still you," she said. "Underneath. This shape is odd, that is all." "I do not mind odd." No one had ever said that to him in that way. People had told him he was strange. People had told him he was famous. People had told him he was trouble. No one had looked at a mess of green clear mass on the floor and said, "You are still you." His new chest shuddered. "Thank you," he said again. This time the words came easier. His improvised throat remembered the path. "Welcome," she said. She shifted closer and settled her back against the wall again, still holding his arm. The corridor felt very small now, just the hill of slime and the thin girl and the quiet. "You can rest now," she said. "I will watch. If you fall apart, I will poke what looks most like your shoulder." He let out a tired breath. He did not need to sleep. His body no longer demanded it. His mind did. He let some of the tension go. The tall parts sagged a little, but he kept enough shape to feel like more than a puddle. Luna did not seem to mind. She leaned her head back and closed her eyes. "You should tell Hermione you are out of the tank," she murmured. "I will," he said. "Soon," she added. He let the word hang between them. Soon. He did not know what that meant yet. He only knew that for the first time since the battle, he did not feel entirely alone. Someone had seen him, touched him, called him by his name without flinching. His grip on her hand loosened as his awareness drifted. The pipes still whispered at the edge of his senses. Stones still hummed. Rats still moved in the walls. The castle was still loud. For a little while, sitting there with Luna in the quiet corridor, it felt bearable. He let his new chest rise and fall once more out of habit. The sound he made was not quite a sigh. It was close enough. Harry dropped through Hogwarts in a rush of stone and water. The pipes under the corridor pulled him along fast. Pressure pushed at his sides. Every bend squeezed a little. He spread his mass so he would not slam against the rough spots. The castle hummed around him. Magic buzzed in the walls, soft and steady. Luna's words still floated at the edge of his thoughts. "You cannot live in a corridor. You need a place that is yours." She had said it the night before, sitting on the floor while he tried to hold his new shape. Her hand had been warm inside him. Her voice had been calm. She had not said lair. She had just said place. Harry knew one giant empty place under the school that no one else used. The pipes bent again. Cool air slid past as he moved under an older part of the castle. He felt the change in stone. The walls here were damp and heavy, not as smooth as the newer lines near the hospital wing. He felt ghosts now and then as he passed. Cold patches drifted through the walls. Magic went thin there. He avoided them on instinct. His body did not like the way their edges scraped his awareness. He followed the drop he remembered from second year. Tom Riddle. Ginny. The basilisk. The smell of old water and fear. He did not have lungs now, but something in him still tightened when he felt that route through the plumbing. The pipe narrowed, then flared open under the old girl's bathroom. Myrtle's bathroom. He pressed upward. His front edge slid through a grate and pooled under the cracked sinks. The room above tasted of wet tiles and cleaning charms. The air carried the faint echo of Myrtle's constant muttering. He formed a low puddle under the stone and listened. Never listen. Never ask Myrtle. Floating all day. No respect. Her voice drifted down through the drain. She did not sound different. Years had passed. She was still stuck at the same moment. That made him feel strange in a quiet way. He pushed more of himself up. Slime climbed the inside of the main drain and bulged over the rim. It gathered at the base of the central sink, clear and green in the dim light from the high windows. The cold in the room jumped. Myrtle drifted nearer. "What are you?" she wailed. "Someone spilled a potion. In my bathroom. Again." Harry tried to pull himself tight, round and compact. He did not want to deal with her echo scream right now. "Myrtle," he rasped. His voice scraped through the tiles. The effort shook his mound. She froze. "Harry," she said after a second. "You look different." He almost laughed. "You are not wrong," he said. She floated closer, eyes wide behind round glasses. "You are a puddle," she said, delighted. "I always said this bathroom was cursed, but no one believed me. First a giant snake, now a boy puddle. This is the best place in the school." "Glad you like it," Harry said. "I need the sink." She frowned. "You came to wash?" she asked. "That will be difficult." "I need the entrance," he said. Her expression changed. She glanced around as if someone might be listening through the stalls, then back down at him. "You are going back down there?" she asked. "Again. I need space," he said. "No one uses it. If I stay up here, the ministry will catch me in a tank." She swirled in place. "They never think about me," she said. "They never ask if I mind snakes or puddles in my pipes." "Do you mind?" he asked. She floated a little lower. "Will you visit?" she asked. "Or will you forget I am here like everyone else?" The question hit harder than he expected. "I will visit," he said. "I promise." She sniffed. "Then I do not mind," she said briskly. "Go on then. Speak your nasty snake words." Harry focused. He pulled part of his height up near the taps. The metal bit into his surface. He could feel the faint imprint of the carved snake on the sink. His wand sat deep in his mass, aligned with what passed for a spine. He let magic flow along that path to the front. He thought of the chamber, cold tunnel, rush of air, the sound of stone grinding aside when he was 12 and terrified. His improvised throat tightened. "Open!" he hissed in Parseltongue. The word came out thinner than it used to, more vibration than voice. It still carried. Magic shivered through the sink. The carved snake on the tap warmed against his surface. Stone ground. The central sink slid aside. Tiles groaned as the opening widened. Cold air rushed up from the dark below. Myrtle squealed and floated higher, hands over her mouth. Harry moved. He poured himself over the lip and down, not as a boy this time but as actual liquid. There was no scream in his throat. There was no throat to fill. He spread along the old chute, clinging to the rough walls as he went. Last time he had fallen. This time he rode the drop like a slide. The tunnel curved. Water stains streaked the stone. The smell of old scales and damp bones grew stronger the deeper he went. Magic still clung to the place, thick and sour where Tom's memory had once stood. He reached the bottom and spilled out into the low passage at the base. The skeleton of the dead basilisk waited somewhere ahead. Harry pulled himself into a wide sheet and moved. He passed the half-flooded stretch with the thin trickle of water. He slid over old snake skin flakes and bits of rubble from when Lockhart's wand had backfired. Every contact sent small impressions into him. The rock remembered pressure. The shed skin remembered movement. He reached the huge round wall with the carved snakes. He pressed his mass over the door. "Open!" he hissed again. The great stone face shifted. The carving moved aside. The slabs slid back. Air from the chamber rolled out, cold and still. It carried the faint rot of old flesh and something metallic under it. He flowed through. The chamber of secrets felt larger than he remembered. Last time he had stood on two legs in the center of the floor and turned in circles trying to see everything at once. Now he sensed the whole space in one go. Magic bounced off the high columns. Water pooled in low spots. The air above the flooded end lay flat. The basilisk's corpse dominated the far side. The great body lay twisted near the water, scales duller than before but still charged with magic. His scar had burned when he killed it. Now that same magic tugged at his senses like a storm in slow motion. Harry spread in a long line and made his way over. The smell of old blood and preserved venom got stronger. It stung even without a nose. The memories came with it. Ginny on the floor. Riddle's smirk. Fawkes bursting into the air. He reached the body and stopped. Up close, the basilisk did not look like a monster out of a story anymore. It looked like a massive dead snake that had lain for years in a chamber that no one visited. The skin had dried in places. The mouth hung half open, fangs still sharp. Old magic clung to the corpse like cobwebs. Harry pressed part of his front against a scale. His mass tingled at once. The latent venom in the skin burned his surface. Felt like dipping his arm into boiling water used to feel. He jerked back on instinct, then forced himself forward again. He had eaten rats and doxies. This was different. This was a creature full of magic. He thought about the way his body had changed after he digested spells in the hospital wing. The way the stunners had turned into raw energy inside him. The way the rat had given him something small and sharp. What would this do? "You are too much trouble even dead," he muttered. His voice echoed off the columns. He gathered himself. He formed a small lump and pressed that against one of the smaller scales near the torn neck. If he took in the whole thing at once, he had no idea what would happen. He was not ready for that kind of gamble. The lump wrapped the scale and sank in. The taste slammed into him. Venom was not like pudding or rat meat or doxy wings. It did not feel like food. Felt like raw intent. Hate and instinct mixed with old magic. All focused on one purpose. Destroy. His front burned. The pain raced through the part of him in contact with the snake. Then spread. It was a thick chemical burn, hot and cold at once. If he had nerves, it would have made them scream. As it was, his whole mass turned into one big ache. He locked his awareness around that ache and held on. If he let go, he knew he would yank back. The new trait, whatever it was, waited behind the pain. He had walked into worse. Cruciatus. Basilisk fangs. Death curses. He gritted his mental teeth and dug in. The burn flared. Then slowly it shifted. The sharp edge dulled. The heat turned into a steady warmth that seeped into his mass. The toxic bite of the basilisk turned into a different taste. Still bitter but not deadly. It threaded itself into his structure in a way that felt permanent. Information came with it. He understood on a deep level how that venom broke things down. How it spread through tissues. How fast it moved in a human body. At the same time, he understood how his new body could resist it. How his mass could break the poison apart before it could do its work. Toxic resistance. He pulled back and looked at the patch where he had touched. The scale there was cloudy now, drained of color. A small section of flesh under it had gone soft. Not much, just a thumb-sized smear. The basilisk was huge. He had taken a tiny bite. It still sat inside him like a new organ. He moved away from the body and tried something. He pushed that new venom trace toward the tip of a small tendril, focusing it there the way he would have focused magic in his wand arm. The tendril darkened. The magic at that point turned sharp and acid bright. He flicked it at a nearby loose stone. The tendril slapped the rock. A hiss rose from the contact. The surface of the stone bubbled in a small circle, not deep, but real. When he pulled back, a shallow crater marked the spot. Harry let out a thin breath. "Useful," he whispered. The word floated up to the high ceiling and faded. He did not feel prouder or more impressed with himself. Mostly he felt tired and a bit sick. He had just eaten part of a thing that once tried to kill him. He had turned its killer trait into something he could use. That was the kind of thing monsters did. He thought of Luna again. "You are helping," she had said when he told her about the rats. "You are cleaning." He looked at the basilisk. No one else was going to drag this thing out of here. No one else even knew it was still down here except Dumbledore, maybe, and he had not done anything about it in years. He spread his mass over the corpse. He did not swallow the whole snake. Not yet. He covered parts of it, biting off small chunks, digesting them one at a time. Each section burned. Each section turned into warmth and new understanding of venom and scales and bone. By the time he pulled back, the head was gone and one side of the long body had been stripped down to ribs. The air in the chamber had changed. The smell of rot had faded a little. The raw magic in the room sat inside him now instead of stuck in dead flesh. He felt heavier but also steadier. He also felt gross. "You are disgusting," he told himself. "I am effective," he answered. Both sounded true. A sharp crack of elf magic broke the quiet. Harry whipped around, mass drawing tight. His magic sense screamed alert. A small figure stood near the high stone pillars, ears twitching, arms full of something wrapped in cloth. "Dobby," Harry said. Dobby nearly dropped the bundle. The elf's tennis ball eyes went huge. "Harry Potter, sir," Dobby squeaked. "Harry Potter, sir, is a jelly." Harry would have winced if he had a face. "Hi," he said instead. "You found me fast." Dobby did not move. His gaze ran over the slime spread across the floor, then to the half-eaten basilisk, then back to Harry's vague central mound. He shook once, head to toe, then straightened. "Dobby knew Harry Potter, sir, was not gone," he said. "The great Albus Dumbledore only said Harry Potter, sir, was being treated. The other elves said the pipes had a new song." Dobby followed the song. Harry blinked inside. "The pipes sing?" he asked. Dobby nodded hard. "Hogwarts tells elves when things change," he said. "New ghosts, new cracks, new spells. And now new goo." He beamed suddenly. "Harry Potter, sir, is a great magic jelly," he said, full of pride. Dobby is proud. Harry did not know whether to laugh or hide in the nearest puddle. "I am still me," he said. "Just sticky." "Sticky is fine," Dobby said with feeling. Dobby has cleaned worse in old Malfoy house. His ears drooped for a moment at the memory, then perked again. "Harry Potter, sir, needs things," Dobby said. "Dobby brings." He knelt and set the bundle on a clean stretch of floor. The cloth was an old towel from the kitchens. With a flourish far too grand for such a small offering, Dobby unwrapped it. Food smells rushed out. Bread, cheese, a heap of sausages, a plate stacked with roast potatoes. Someone had piled 3 treacle tarts on top like a crown. Everything was still warm. Harry's whole body leaned forward. He had eaten basilisk meat. He had digested a snake full of poison. That had been magic and pain. This was comfort on a plate. "Did you steal this?" he asked, a little weak. "Dobby is staff," Dobby said with dignity. "Dobby requests extra for late cleaning shift. The elves in the kitchen always give. They are happy when plates go empty." He looked at Harry, earnest. "They will be very happy about this," he added. Harry eased nearer. He did not worry about poisoning now. The basilisk trait sat inside him, humming quietly. He knew how to break things down. Still, he took it slower than with the pudding Luna had given him. He lifted the bread first, covering it gently. The crust softened. The chew of it spread through his mass. Butter melted into him. He took his time. The sausages came next, rich and greasy, leaving trails of spice in his awareness. Dobby watched, smiling. "Dobby told Winky," he said after a bit. "She will come when she is ready." Harry paused. "Winky?" he asked. "You think she will not find this too strange?" Dobby puffed his chest out. "Winky has seen many things," he said. "Tri-wizard trouble, house elf dishonor, Mr. Crouch. This is not so bad. Harry Potter, sir, is still polite and still says thank you. Winky will approve." Harry snorted. "Your standards are low," he said. "Dobby's standards are Harry Potter level," Dobby said firmly. "That is highest level." Harry finished the last bite of tart and sat back, as much as a puddle could sit. Warmth spread through him. His mass felt thicker, more stable. The basilisk ache had dulled to a background buzz. "You did not only bring food," he said, eyeing the rest of the cloth. Dobby bounced a little. "Harry Potter, sir, is smart jelly," he said. "Dobby also brought this." From the bottom of the bundle he pulled a wand. It was shorter than Harry's own and looked a bit battered, with a chipped handle. Someone had wrapped it in another scrap of cloth. Dobby held it up like something holy. "Spare," he said. "Found in Professor McGonagall cupboard where she keeps old student things. No one claimed it for years." Dobby asked. "She said it could go to a good cause." "You told her you were giving it to a slime," Harry said before he could stop himself. Dobby shook his head fast, ears flapping. Dobby said it was for a friend who lost his. He said, "This is not a lie." Harry Potter Sir's hand lost his wand. Now his jelly gets one. Harry could not argue with that logic. He pushed a tendril out and touched the wand. The wood felt dry and solid against his surface. There was a faint magic hum inside, asleep but present. He did not feel the same sudden connection he had felt with his own wand the first time, but it did not push him away. He wrapped more of himself around it. The wand sank into his mass. He held it there, not dissolving it, just cradling it. The magic in the wood adjusted slowly to the new contact. It was like having a little tree branch lodged in his arm. "Can you still use your own?" Dobby asked in a small voice. Dobby did not know if jelly can hold wood. Harry stirred the air where a shrug would be. "I can still feel mine," he said. "It is deeper. I wrapped around it when I melted. It is part of me now." He thought of the basilisk trait, the way his body had eaten snakeskin and turned it into defense and offense. If he was not careful, he would end up swallowing this new wand the same way. He did not want that. He needed a focus he could move. "Dobby," he said, "can you throw something at me?" Dobby blinked. "What kind of something?" he asked. "Something that would hurt a normal person," Harry said. "Not deadly. Just enough." Dobby thought for a moment, then clicked his fingers. A hard leather ball appeared in his hands. It looked about the size of a quaffle but denser. Harry could feel the solid weight of it. "That will do," Harry said. Dobby gave him a doubtful look. "Harry Potter Sir is sure?" he asked. "Dobby does not want a squash jelly." "I will be fine," Harry said. "I need to know what I can take." Dobby drew back and hurled the ball with elf strength. The thing cut through the air faster than a bludger. It hit Harry in what would have been the chest. For a human, that would have been broken ribs. For Harry, it was like dropping a stone into a pond. His mass parted without thought. The ball passed through the gap and slammed into the floor behind him. The only sensation he felt was a brief tug as the pressure of the air shifted. He stared at the dent in the stone where the ball landed. "Brilliant," he said softly. Dobby gaped. "Harry Potter Sir is water," he breathed. "Deadly water." Harry laughed, a rough cracking sound. "Try a spell," he said. Dobby hesitated. "Headmaster said no casting at students," he said. "I am not a student anymore," Harry said. "I am classified as a magical hazard." Dobby's ears drooped again at that, but he still raised a hand. "Small one first," he said. "Hold still." Harry gathered himself in one place, making a compact mound. He kept both wands inside him, his own deep, the spare near the front where his arm would be. He wanted to know what happened when spells hit his mass. Dobby snapped his fingers. "Stupefy," he squeaked. The red bolt shot out. It struck Harry in the side. He felt it as a sudden bright burn, then a rush as if someone had poured hot tea into cold jelly. His mass drank it up. The force of it rippled through him, but there was nowhere for it to knock out. He absorbed it in seconds. His awareness sharpened for a brief moment instead of dimming. The extra magic slid into his reserves. He let out a shaky breath. "That felt good," he said. Dobby stared. "Spells feed Harry Potter, sir," he whispered. Dobby is scared and impressed. "Try something else," Harry said. "Protego," Dobby muttered quickly, raising a shield around himself before he dared continue. Dobby does not wish to be splashed. The next few minutes turned into a strange training session. Dobby cast minor spells. Harry let some hit him, dodged others by splitting his body into separate parts, then reforming. He learned that basic hexes like jelly legs and tickling charms fell apart inside his mass, turning into raw magic that did not seem to harm him. Cutting curses were more complicated. When Dobby sent a shallow one, it carved a groove through him, but the edges sealed again at once. The pain felt more like pressure than a real wound. Freezing charms were worse. When a cold spell hit, parts of him stiffened. His movement slowed there. It did not break him, but it felt like someone had poured ice into his veins. He filed that away as a real danger. Between tests, he focused on the spare wand inside him. He pushed magic along his mass toward it. His body vibrated as the energy moved. He tried to direct it the same way he used to, through arm and fingers. Now he had no fingers, so he shaped part of himself into a thick limb with the wand lodged in the middle. He picked a target, a loose stone near the base of a pillar. Expelliarmus, he rasped. Nothing happened. He gritted his mental teeth and tried again. He focused harder on the wand, on the way it used to feel when he pulled his own through his fingers. He pushed from every part of his mass at once. Expelliarmus. This time the wand vibrated. The magic inside the wood wobbled. Felt like trying to shake something heavy loose. Then it snapped forward. A red blast shot out from the arm, wider than a normal spell and a bit off aim, but real. It hit the stone. The rock flew backward and smacked into another column. Bits of dust rained down. Harry's whole body rang like a bell. He wobbled in place, mass rippling. Dobby clapped. "Harry Potter, sir, is a cannon," he cried. "Arm cannon." Harry let himself sag a little, but the grin in his voice was clear. "Need better aim," he said. "But it works." He repeated the spell again and again, until he could fire without shaking apart. Each time he adjusted the way he pushed magic. He learned that if he vibrated only the part of his mass around the wand, the blast focused more. If he used his whole body, the spell was stronger but wild. By the time he stopped, small chips of stone lay scattered around the target column. He felt tired in a way that had nothing to do with muscles. His magic reserves buzzed. His awareness flickered at the edges. Dobby looked tired too. "Winky will shout if Dobby keeps casting in here," he said. "She says this place is bad enough." As if summoned, a second crack sounded. Winky appeared near Dobby, holding a bottle by the neck. Her hair was still a little messy, and her eyes were red. She blinked at the basilisk remains, at the chips of stone, then at the large green mound with two lumpy arms and no face. She took a swig from the bottle. "You see," Dobby said in a tiny voice, "this is Harry Potter, sir." Winky wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Of course it is," she said. "Who else would make this much mess?" Harry could not help it. He laughed. The sound echoed off the stone and made both elves jump. "Sorry," he said. "Hi, Winky." She squinted at him. "You still sound like Harry Potter," she said. "Just wetter." "That seems fair," he said. She sniffed and straightened her apron. "House elves do not care what shape masters are," she said. "We cleaned for families that turned into wolves. We cleaned for families that drank blood. We cleaned for families that walked in the walls. Slime is not worst thing." Her mouth twisted. "Drinking in the kitchen is worst thing," she muttered. Dobby looked relieved. "See," he whispered. "Dobby told you." Winky clicked her tongue. "Do not look so smug," she said. "If Headmaster finds out you threw balls at Harry Potter, he will pull your ears." Dobby flinched. Harry stepped in. "It was my idea," he said. "And it helped." Winky eyed him. "You are making a lair down here," she said. Harry hesitated. "I need a place where I can train," he said. "Somewhere away from Fudge and Tanks. Somewhere I can still watch the school." Winky tilted her head. "You want to act like a guardian spirit," she said. "Like the old stories." Harry thought of the whispers in the corridors. Green ghost. Strange puddle. The feeling of Luna's hand in his. "I want to help," he said. "I cannot sit in a glass box while the ministry argues about what to call me." Dobby nodded so hard his ears flapped. "Harry Potter Slime Guardian," he said with delight. "Dobby serves." Winky sighed. "Then Winky serves too," she said. "Someone has to make sure you eat proper food and not just snakes." She eyed the half-eaten basilisk with distaste. "We can bring bedding, clothes, things to make this place less horrible," she went on. "And news." "News?" Harry asked. Winky looked at him. "Ministry talks," she said. "They do not think the castle listens, but the castle always listens. They call you a creature now. They are making lists." Harry's mass went cold. "What kind of lists?" he asked. "Danger levels," Winky said. "Control plans. Bans. They talk about cages and collars. They talk about hunting if you run." He had known, somewhere deep down, that this was coming. Hearing it in plain words still made his magic twitch. Dobby glared in a way he never had at Lucius Malfoy when he told stories. "They will not hurt Harry Potter, sir, while Dobby still breathes," he said. Harry felt a small, sharp spike of anger. Let them try, he said softly. The words hung in the chamber, heavier than the spells had. He did not want to be hunted. He did not want to hurt the people he had saved. But he was not going to let Fudge or anyone else stuff him in a box without a fight. He had a body that could slip through walls and swallow curses. He had a lair. He had elves willing to pop in from anywhere. He had at least one friend who would still sit on the floor with him and talk. It was time to act like it. Dobby, he said, can you hear what is going on in the castle when you are in the kitchen? Always, Dobby said. Elves hear footsteps and spells and plates. The castle tells us when children cry in corners and when walls crack. If someone is in trouble, Harry said, can you come tell me? Fast. Dobby nodded at once. Dobby is fast, he said. Dobby is faster than owls. Dobby will come. Good, Harry said. I will do what I can from here. He thought of Neville, shy kind, always getting the worst of things. He thought of smaller kids in the halls, of Malfoy and his gang, of curses muttered when teachers turned their backs. He could not attend class anymore. He could still protect students. Later that day, Dobby appeared again in the chamber with his ears standing straight up and his eyes wide. Harry Potter, sir, he blurted. Come now. Neville Longbottom is in trouble near the greenhouses. Malfoy boy has wand out. Harry did not hesitate. He poured himself into the nearest pipe. The route from the chamber to the greenhouse level was not exactly direct. He had to run along the old main line, turn sharply up through a vertical shaft, then squeeze sideways through a narrower run that bent under the courtyard. He pushed as fast as he dared. The stone beat against him. His mass shuddered with every sharp turn. He felt bits of mortar scrape away as he slid along. Magic sense flared ahead. 3 wands. 1 strong in the middle, smug and sharp. 2 duller on either side. 1 patch of fear, quiet but steady. He found the outlet near the path to the greenhouses. A small drain sat in the base of the outer wall, half covered by moss. He pressed his way through, spreading part of his mass into the shadow at the edge of the path. The scene outside came to him through touch and magic. Neville stood near the wall, back pressed against the stone. His hands shook around his wand. Malfoy stood a few feet away with Crabbe and Goyle behind him. Just asking a question, Malfoy said in that lazy drawl Harry knew too well. Why would anyone like you still be here when the famous hero has turned into a puddle in a jar? Maybe you should go sit on the shelf with him. Neville swallowed. Leave it, he said. His voice wobbled, but he kept the wand up. Or what? Malfoy asked. You will trip over your own feet and fall on me. Crabbe and Goyle laughed. Harry's anger spiked. He could feel the crack in the paving stones under Malfoy's feet. The line of old water that ran along the edge of the path. His own mass, gathered in the shadow, almost hummed. He extended a tentacle. It slid under the top layer of stone like a layer of damp air. As long as he stayed close to the wall, the light would not catch the shine. He moved the tendril under Malfoy's polished shoes. Neville took a breath. Just leave me alone, Neville said. I am not in the mood. Oh, listen, Malfoy said. The failure has a mood. He took a step forward. Harry struck. His tentacle pushed up, catching Malfoy's heel. At the same time he loosened his mass, making the stone under the boy's weight wet and slick. Malfoy's feet flew out from under him. He hit the ground on his back with a yell. Crabbe and Goyle started in surprise. Neville jerked, wand swinging up on instinct. What was that? Crabbe asked. The ground? Malfoy snapped, flushing red as he scrambled up. The ground jumped. He lifted 1 foot. Harry wrapped a thin swirl of himself around Malfoy's shoe and squeezed. The leather softened at once. It was not venom level, just enough of that new trait to eat at the material. The polished black surface turned cloudy, then sagged. The sole grew soft. When Malfoy set his foot down again, his heel sank. He yelped and jerked his foot up. The shoe came apart in strings. A thin trail of green slime clung to the ruins. Everyone froze. Neville stared. Crabbe made a weak noise. Goyle took a step back. Malfoy stared at the dripping mess around his sock, then looked down the path at the mossy wall and the shadow where Harry hid. For 1 long second, Harry let more of himself show. A thick tendril rose inches out of the shadow. It did not reach for anyone. It just formed a vague curve, almost like a head looking out, then sank back into the crack. Malfoy went white. "The monster," he said under his breath. Neville's heart pounded hard enough that Harry felt it through the air. He stepped forward anyway, wand still in hand. "Leave," Neville said, voice higher than usual but steady. "Now, for once." Malfoy listened. He snatched his wand off the ground, grabbed what was left of his shoe and staggered back. Crabbe and Goyle followed, tripping over each other. All three kept looking at the wall. Harry stayed still until they were around the corner. Neville let out a long breath and leaned back against the stone. His hand shook. He looked down at the damp patch on the path, then at the ruined shoe prints, then at the moss where the slime had shown itself. "Thank you," he whispered. Harry made a small ripple in the puddle near his foot. Neville smiled, small and shaky. "I will tell the others the new ghost is on our side," he said softly. "If anyone laughs, I will let it trip them too." He pushed away from the wall and headed for the greenhouses, shoulders still tight but head a little higher. Harry slipped back into the drain. As he flowed away, he felt the castle around him murmur. More whispers, more stories. Green ghost, guardian, monster. The words changed as they moved through mouths. Back in the chamber, Luna sat on a stone near the basilisk bones with her legs swinging. She looked up as Harry poured out of the pipe and gathered himself near her. "You were busy," she said. The air was sharp near the greenhouses for a while. Harry formed his rough mannequin again. The shape held better this time. The practice in the corridor had helped. His arms were still too thick and his head still more bald than face, but he had something like shoulders now. "Malfoy fell over," he said. "Neville is all right." Luna nodded. "I thought so," she said. "My left ear rang. It does that when someone steps on their pride." She lifted something from the floor beside her. "I brought you this," she added. It was a bundle of cloth. Harry stared. "You brought me laundry," he said. She smiled. "I brought you robes," she corrected. "They are yours. Dobby told me where your trunk is." He muttered about socks for 10 minutes. Dobby, standing near the basilisk ribs, nodded proudly. Luna unfolded the robe. It was his old-school robe. The fabric was worn a bit at the edges, and a patch of the Gryffindor crest still clung to the front. Seeing it hurt for a second. Memories of walking through the corridors, wand in his pocket, books under his arm. Alive. "You still go here," Luna said quietly, as if she had heard that thought. "You should dress like it." Harry swallowed. He held still as she stood and stepped close. "Hold your arms out," she said. He did. His slime limbs wobbled in the air. She had to adjust the sleeve position a few times, because he did not have shoulders in the right place and gravity did not quite work the same on his mass. Still, she managed to drape the robe over him. The fabric settled. It did not hang right. It clung here and bunched there. In some places it sank into him a little and in others floated. It still felt like something. He looked down. Where there had been only clear green mass, now there was at least a suggestion of a student shape. Robes, a crest, threads of who he had been. "How does it feel?" Luna asked. "Weird," he said. "Good weird." She stepped back to look. "You look more like you and less like a pond," she said. "That will help when you talk to people who are not very imaginative." He snorted. "I am still see-through," he said. "And I still have no nose." "Details," she said. "People will fill them in if you give them even a little help." She brushed a bit of dust off the sleeve. "Ministry is being very silly in the paper today," she said after a moment. Harry tensed. "What now?" he asked. "They printed a picture of a smear on the hospital wing floor and called it a danger to society," she said. "They say you might melt through vaults and eat everyone's money." Harry made a face with effort. It looked like a dent in the front of his head. "I can eat basilisk and shoes and maybe bad laws," he said. "Gold is boring." "They did not ask," Luna said. "They rarely do." She reached out and took his slime hand where the robe sleeve ended. "You do not have to prove anything to them," she said. "You just have to remember who you want to be." He closed his fingers around her hand. "I want to keep this place safe," he said. I want to breathe without someone counting how dangerous my breath is. I want to sit with you without guards watching. Luna's smile softened. Then we will do that, she said. You will be a very inconvenient guardian. Governments hate that. Winky snorted from her spot by the wall. Governments hate anything that is not in a box, she said. They tried to put house elves in one once. Did not work. Dobby bounced. Slime boxes will not work either, he said. Harry felt something loosen inside him. The chamber did not feel like a tomb now. It felt like a messy, haunted basement with friends who had brought food and clothes. He still had no face. He still had no heartbeat. He still felt more like water than flesh. But he had a lair. A strange court of elves and one dreamy witch and a plan. He squeezed Luna's hand once more and then let go so he could hold his shape. Above them, the castle moved on. Students ate dinner. Teachers marked essays. Somewhere in an office, ministry officials drafted more lines on parchment about creatures and control. Down in the chamber, Harry adjusted his borrowed robe and fired one more practice spell from his arm cannon at a cracked bit of stone. The blast hit dead center this time. Better, Luna said. Getting there, Harry answered. He let his new chest rise and fall out of habit. For the first time since he had woken up in glass, the motion did not feel like a lie. Harry listened to breakfast from under the table. The stone under the great hall was warm with hundreds of feet. Knives and forks clinked. Benches creaked. Every shift of weight made a tiny drum beat through his mass. He stayed thin, just a slick along one crack in the floor, directly under the Gryffindor table. I am telling you, it says Viscous Menace, Seamus said, voice full of grim delight. Who writes like that? Rita Skeeter, Hermione said tightly. That is exactly how Rita Skeeter writes. He felt her voice as much as heard it. She was right above him, a few feet to his left. Her elbow tapped the wood in quick, annoyed beats. Neville cleared his throat. What does it say? Exactly. Seamus rattled the paper. Sources within the ministry confirmed that the entity currently contained at Hogwarts, once believed to be the boy who lived, is now classified as a Class 5 transformative hazard, possessing unknown appetites and the capacity to melt through stone. This gelatinous threat must be treated as a creature, not a child. Ron made a choked sound. That is rubbish, Ginny snapped. Harry is not a hazard. He is Harry. Rita says they might have to collar him, Seamus went on, and move him to some department cell. They are talking about, hang on, new creature control measures. He heard the paper crinkle. Hermione exhaled sharply. That classification guide is ancient, she said. It was written for cursed artifacts and wild hexes from the war. Transformative hazards are things like cursed blood and plague spells. Harry does not belong in a list at all. He belongs at this table. Harry pressed himself flatter. He wanted that more than anything. But the prophet says, Seamus started. The prophet said Voldemort was not back, Neville said quietly. For a year. Silence fell for a second. Neville shifted his foot. The movement brushed the crack where Harry hid. For a moment, Harry let the stone bulge up in the smallest ripple, just enough to feel like a tap on Neville's boot. Neville twitched, then looked down. Did you feel that? Ginny asked. Probably the castle, Neville said. It is always moving. Harry felt him pause, then add very low. I do not think he is a menace. Hermione's fork clinked against her plate. Of course he is not, she said. He is the same person. The magic changed his body, not his head. Ron grunted. I saw him in the tank, he said. He did not look the same. He saved your life, Ginny said. Again, that part looked the same. Ron scraped his chair. I know, he said. I know. It is just. When I close my eyes, I see him folding in on himself. People are not meant to do that. Harry could not argue with that. He curled around the crack a little more tightly. Luna's voice drifted over from further down the table. They did not mention that he likes pudding, she said. That seems like poor journalism. A few people laughed uncertainly. Luna, Hermione said, a little strangled. They call him a menace, Luna went on calmly. But he made sure the pudding plate did not go to waste in the corridor. That is very considerate. Menaces usually spill things. Neville coughed into his pumpkin juice. Ginny's shoulders shook once in a half-hidden laugh. Ron muttered something about bloody pudding and went back to poking his eggs. Harry slid away from the table before anyone could drop a knife through him on accident. He flowed along the crack toward the wall and dropped into the main pipeline, letting the sound of the hall fade behind him. The castle's voice changed as he went. Breakfast noise turned into the echo of classrooms. Chairs scraped, quills scratched. Peeves sang something off-key in the distance about slippery boys in jars. By the time he reached the old main drain under Myrtle's bathroom, his anger had settled into a tight knot. Creature, hazard, collar, words printed by people who had not even seen him yet. He slid through the familiar grate, up past Myrtle's half-hearted protests about no one telling her anything, and dropped down the sink chute into the long, dark slide. The chamber felt different every time he came back now. Less like a grave, more like a workroom that had not quite remembered it was his. Dobby was already there, pacing between two of the basilisk ribs. Winky sat with her back against a pillar, arms folded, eyes sharp. Luna perched on one of the lower stone ledges, legs dangling, reading a copy of the Quibbler upside down. Papers lay scattered near Dobby's feet. "Harry Potter, sir," Dobby said as soon as Harry's mass splashed onto the floor. "Dobby has news that is bad and news that is worse." "Morning," Harry said, gathering himself into his rough humanoid mound. "Let's start with bad. Ministry has made new law words," Winky said before Dobby could. "About you." Harry steadied his chest and head. "What kind?" he asked. Dobby grabbed one of the prophet pages and held it up. Ink smudged where his fingers had gripped too hard. "They call you Class S now," Dobby said. "Transformative something." Dobby does not like those words. They smell like old cages. Harry took a step closer. The headlines were the same ones Seamus had read out. Viscous menace. Creature classification. Suggested measures. Underneath, in smaller print, was something Dobby had circled in red. The Department of Magical Creatures and the Department of Mysteries have jointly proposed the installation of creature detection wards on Hogwarts grounds. Luna read aloud, flipping the page right way up. These will allow the Ministry to monitor the movements of any unregistered magical entities, including but not limited to the so-called Potter slime. Harry stared. "They want to track me," he said. "And any other thing they decide is creature," Winky said. "Castle is not happy. Wards buzz. They feel wrong." "When did they put them in?" Harry asked. "This morning," Dobby said, "while children were at breakfast. Ministry humans with gray robes and boring hats came with bags. They drilled shiny stones into the walls near main corridors, near greenhouses, near hospital wing. Footsteps on stone. Drills. Dry, official voices. Harry pictured them as clearly as if he had been there. "Dumbledore let them?" he asked. "Headmaster was called to Ministry," Winky said. "Big Wisengamot talk. They slid wards in while he was gone. Professor McGonagall did not like it, but she could not throw them out without starting a fight." Dobby's ears drooped. "Dobby heard Filch complaining," he added. "He does not like drilling in his walls." He said the castle creaked. Harry paced a slow circle. The robe Luna had brought him yesterday slid and bunched with his movement. It made him feel slightly less like a blob and slightly more like he had a body. "Can they see me now?" he asked. "Where I am?" "Not here," Winky said at once. "Old Salazar Snakehole is deep and strange. Ministry stones do not sing down here. But if you go near them, they glow. They bite at your magic. Like nettles." Luna folded her quibbler. "I went to look," she said. "On the 3rd floor. One of the stones made my hair stand up. It did not like me walking nearby with pudding." "Your pudding obsession is getting worrying," Harry muttered. She smiled faintly. "You were not there to be worried for yourself," she said. "Someone had to worry." Dobby tugged on his own ear. "Harry Potter, sir, was planning to meet Hermione Granger," he said. "To talk about being jelly. Maybe creature stones will notice." Harry went still. The note. He had spent half of last night practicing letters on the chamber wall, drawing them in slime, holding them steady while they dried, then peeling them off. The first dozen attempts had looked like a Kneasel had dragged its tail through ink. By the time he got something legible, he had been exhausted. Dobby had taken the final version. Meet me tonight. 3rd floor. Corridor by the big troll tapestry. 11. It is me. Ash, did she get it? Harry asked. Dobby nodded, proud. Dobby delivered in library, he said. Hermione Granger was reading 4 books at once. Dobby put note in the one on top. She did not scream. She read it twice, then put it in her pocket and looked like she wanted to hit someone. That sounds like Hermione, Harry said softly. Luna swung her legs. She will come, she said. Even if it is a trap. It will not be a trap, Harry said. It might be a ministry trap, Winky said. Their shiny rocks smell hungry. They are meant to catch big magic signatures. You are big magic. Hermione Granger is big brain, small magic. Wards might not care about her if she is alone. If you are there. Harry thought of Hermione walking into an empty corridor and a glowing stone deciding that 2 big signatures meant enemy. His chest knot tightened. So if I go, I might trigger them, he said. If I do not go, she shows up to meet a note from me and I am not there. Luna shrugged a little. Both are bad, she said. One at least lets you do something. He looked at her. You are very comforting, he said. I know, she said. My father says it is my finest quality. Dobby wrung his hands. Harry Potter sir could send Dobby instead, he said. Dobby can tell Hermione Granger that Harry is not coming. And what will she do then? Harry asked. Sit in her bed and quietly accept that her best friend is a puddle in a basement who will not even meet her. Dobby's ears drooped further. Fine, Harry said. We go. And we do not let the shiny rocks win. You will be careful, Winky said. You will not get sucked into ministry stones. I will be careful, Harry said. Luna, will you? She shook her head before he finished. I will not come, she said. She deserves to see you first without an audience. Also, I do not want Professor McGonagall to make that disappointed face at me. It is worse than being petrified. Harry huffed out a sound that might have been a laugh. All right, he said. You lot keep an ear on the castle. If the wards flare anywhere else, shout. Dobby will listen, Dobby said at once. Winky nodded once, expression serious. Hogwarts will tell, she said. She does not like new stones either. Harry took a moment to gather himself. He drew the robe closer around the slime shape of his shoulders, not because he needed the warmth but because feeling cloth against his surface helped him feel less like he was about to ooze into trouble. Here goes, he said. He slid into the nearest pipe. By 11 that night the castle was mostly quiet. Hermione kept to the shadows as she made her way along the 3rd floor. Her ribs still twinged now and then if she moved too fast. Madame Pomfrey had cleared her for light classes and absolutely no running. Sneaking out at night to meet anonymous notes from jelly monsters would definitely not have passed inspection. She tucked the folded bit of parchment deeper into her pocket. Hermione, Ron had said in the common room. What does it say? You went pale. Nothing, she had lied. Just more rubbish from the prophet. He had not believed her. He had also not pushed, which was worse. His eyes had followed her all the way up the stairs when she said she was going to the library. Neville had caught her at the portrait hole. Is it him? He had asked quietly. She had almost crumpled right there. I do not know, she had said. I have to check. Now she moved past portraits that pretended to be asleep and suits of armor that watched with empty eye slits. Her wand sat ready in her hand. Lumos, she whispered. The tip glowed. She cast a quick muffliato as well, so if Filch was nearby he would not hear her footsteps, and went on. The corridor by the big tapestry of the troll in a ballet tutu was narrow and usually empty. Tonight it felt like a stage. The torches were burning lower. The stone under her shoes seemed to listen. Halfway along the wall, a new thing glowed faintly. A smooth, flat stone had been sunk between 2 bricks, about the size of her palm, shot through with silver lines. Runes crawled over its surface like ants, shifting and changing. Hermione stopped when she saw it. What on earth? She breathed. She stepped closer, curiosity pushing past caution. The lines on the stone moved faster as she approached. Her wand light reflected in the surface. It hummed. Unregistered magical signature scan, she muttered. Early warding theory, chapter 14. The hum rose. She took a quick step back. Right, she told herself. Maybe not poke the new ministry gadget with a stick. She pulled her wand in close and looked up and down the corridor. Empty. Her heart hammered louder than her shoes. If this was a trap, it was a very quiet one. Harry, she whispered, feeling ridiculous. If you are here. The stone on the wall brightened. Hermione froze. The runes flashed from silver to sharp red. A thin crackle of magic ran out from the stone along invisible lines on the walls. It felt like static in the air, prickling the hairs on her arms. Unregistered entity detected, said a flat, mechanical voice from nowhere. Hermione spun. The nearest suit of armor jerked. It stepped off its patch of floor with a crash. Then another did. And another. In seconds, 3 hulking metal figures were moving, swords lifting, visors snapping down. Hermione snatched her wand up. Protego, she yelped. A rushed shield snapped into place just as one of the suits swung. The blade bounced off the barrier with a clang that rattled her teeth. This is not fair, she hissed at the stone. I am registered. The stone did not care. The suits moved in. She backed up, shield flickering. One slam from a metal fist nearly broke it. Sweat broke out on her forehead. Her ribs screamed. Incoming, she muttered to herself, raising her wand. Stupefy. The spell hit the chest plate of the nearest suit and spread like water over glass. The armor did not even slow. Of course they warded you, she said through her teeth. Why would they ever make this easy? One of the suits swung its sword low. Hermione ducked. The blade missed her stomach by inches and gouged the stone instead. Unregistered entity detected. The stone repeated, louder now. Engaging restraint protocols. Engage this, Hermione muttered. She threw herself sideways as another blow came in, rolled, and felt something in her ribcage grind in an unpleasant way. Pain flashed white. The shield flickered out. She staggered to her feet, wand up again. But there were 3 suits and one of her, and the corridor was very small. The stone on the wall hummed harder. A bright net of red light snapped into existence between the suits, cutting off her retreat. It moved together, a cage pushing her back towards the wall. Hermione swallowed. Oh, this is excellent, she said, half hysterical. Attacked by ministry safety equipment. The floor under her foot went cold. She looked down. A thin smear of clear green was seeping up in the crack at the edge of the corridor, just where the wall met the stone. Thickened, swelling, pushing through like water under pressure. Hermione, came a rough voice from the floor. She nearly dropped her wand. Harry, she breathed. The green smear surged. It rose up in front of her in a wide, flat wall just as a sword came down. The blade hit the slime with a wet smack. Instead of slicing through, it slowed. The metal sank a little way in. Bubbles formed along the sides of the blade. Then the steel started to fizz. A harsh, bitter smell filled the corridor. The suit tried to pull the sword back. Came free without a blade. The end had melted off, leaving a jagged, eaten stump. Sorry I am late, Harry said. The words rough but clearer than before. Hermione clutched her wand harder. He rose. The puddle pulled itself together, swelling into the rough humanoid shape he had practiced in the chamber. Robe draped over the mass, crest askew. The head was still more lumpy ball than face, 2 feature bumps where eyes would be. His arms were thick columns with sleeves. He looked ridiculous and terrifying at the same time. The stone on the wall flared red. Unregistered entity confirmed, it said. Escalating force. Brilliant, Harry muttered. Just what I wanted. One of the suits swung at him. Harry did not bother dodging. He let the blade come. It hit his side, sliced in, and vanished inside. The burn of the metal and the minor cutting charm along the edge ran through him. His mass swallowed it. He shivered once, more in annoyance than pain. Then he flowed. Part of him surged around the sword arm, wrapping it in a thick coil. The venom trait he had taken from the basilisk hummed at his command. He let a little of that gather in the wrap. The armor shrieked as the magic in the metal reacted. Rust spread in seconds. Joints seized. The suit's arm dropped uselessly to its side. Behind him, Hermione pressed her back to the wall. "Harry," she said again, breathless. "It is you. Talk later," he said. Left. She did not question it. She ducked left just as another suit's sword cut the air where her head had been. Harry flung an arm out. A chunk of himself stretched, went thin, then snapped across the suit's leg like a whip. The armor's knee joint bubbled. The leg gave out. The whole thing crashed to the floor in a heap. The ward stone crackled. A tight net of red force burst out and wrapped around Harry's chest. He gasped. It felt like ice and hot rope at the same time, biting into his mass, forcing it inward. Parts of him tried to flow away. The net held them, squeezing. Target containment. The stone droned. Compressing. Hermione's heart jumped into her throat. "Harry," she said sharply. "Hold on. I am trying," he ground out. His shape wobbled under the net. Limbs went lumpy. The robe twisted. Hermione gritted her teeth. New ministry toys meant new ministry weaknesses. She forced herself to focus past panic. Looked at the stone. The runes crawling over it had settled into a fixed pattern now. Deep center glyph, 6 smaller around the edge. Traditional containment schema, mixed with tracking. "Fine," she said under her breath. "If you will not treat my best friend like a person, I will treat you like homework." She shifted her wand. "Finite incantatum," she said, aiming carefully. The countercurse hit the stone. The outer ring of runes flickered, but did not collapse. Whoever had made this had accounted for that. It would not be that easy. "Of course," she snapped, "because nothing is ever simple." One of the suits lurched toward her, half-melted sword arm whipping clumsily. Harry pushed through the net. He poured part of himself out from under the constriction, a thick sheet that slid along the floor to form a low wall between Hermione and the suit. The sword hit the wall, stuck, and sank. The suit overbalanced and fell face first. "Can you break that stone?" he panted. "I am working on it," she said. She ran toward it, ducking under a wild swipe. Up close, she could see the engraving better. The central rune was an old symbol for bind. The ones around it were for measure, restrict, alert. "You are measuring the wrong thing," she told it. She stabbed her wand at the measure rune. Reductio, the rune shrank. The humming pitch changed. The net around Harry loosened a fraction, then tightened again. "Better," he gasped. "Do not stop." She changed angle. "Finite on the alert glyph," she muttered. "Silencio for the voice. Break the feedback loop." It was like unpicking a spellwork essay while someone tried to hit her with a chair. She dodged, cursed under her breath, and threw spell after spell at the stone, chipping away at its structure. Each success made the net around Harry slip a little. Behind her, metal screamed as his venom trait chewed through more joints. One suit managed to land a blow on him, a flat smack to the back of what passed for his head. The impact sent ripples through his entire mass. He staggered but did not fall. He shot an arm out. "Expelliarmus," he rasped. The blast from his embedded wand was wider than usual, less focused, but powerful. It hit the suit square in the chest and flung it backward. Armor pieces scattered across the corridor. Hermione did not have time to gape. "One more," she muttered. She aimed at the bind rune and pulled together every scrap of will and fury she had. "You do not get to decide what he is," she said through her teeth. "Finite." The rune flared. For a second it burned bright, resisting. Then it cracked down the middle. The stone went dark. The net around Harry shattered. The force that had been compressing him snapped outward. He exploded in the least pleasant sense of the word. Slime surged. A wave of green mass hit the suits, the walls, the ceiling. Hermione ended up with a face full of Harry. He was cool and slick and smelled faintly of ink and basilisk. She yelped, then laughed because the alternative was screaming. "Sorry," he said somewhere beside her ear. His voice vibrated through her. "Ugh," she said, wiping slime out of her eyes. "You are disgusting." "You melted a government rock for me," he said. You love it, she snorted. Do not push it, she said. The last remaining suit tried to climb out of the puddle. Harry wrapped around its legs and pulled. Metal squealed as joints popped. Hermione cast a quick impedimenta at it for good measure. Then suddenly the corridor was quiet. Broken armor lay in pieces. The wall stone sat black and cracked. Puddles of clear green slowly drew together into one heap. Hermione leaned back against the wall, panting. Her hands shook. Her ribs hurt. Her face was wet. Harry reformed in front of her, slower this time. He pulled all the scattered parts of himself into one place, built up the rough hill, then added head, arms, robe. He looked worse than when he had arrived. Parts of him still dripped. His outline trembled. "Hi," he said. Hermione swallowed. Up close he was terrifying. No eyes, no proper mouth, no hair. Just a vague suggestion of a face under the hood of his robe. 2 raised bumps where eyes would be, a dent where a nose might go. His wand lay inside him like a dark bone. Her reflection wobbled on his surface. But his voice was Harry's, tired, a little sarcastic, trying to make light of things when they were awful. She took a step forward. "You left the tank," she said. He shifted his weight, the robe sliding. "Yeah," he said. "About that." Surprise. Her hand twitched as if she wanted to hit him. "What were you thinking?" she demanded. "There are ministry wards everywhere. Dumbledore thought you were in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey thought you were in the hospital wing. Your friends thought you were in the hospital wing. And you are down here playing ghost in the walls." "Less playing, more patrolling," he said. "They were going to drag the tank to some department cell. I did not want to be in it when they tried." She opened her mouth to argue and then shut it. "Fine," she said. "Fair. But you could have told me." "I did tell you," he said. "With a note. After a week." She shot back. He dipped his lumpy head. "That part is on me," he said. "It took a while to remember how to write without hands." She stared at him. "So you hunted rats and snuck into the kitchens and became a rumor," she said, voice shaking. "And you did not think that maybe your friends, the ones sitting in the hospital wing worrying about you, might want to know you were not actually trapped in a jar anymore." "When you put it like that," he said quietly, "I sound like an idiot." "You are an idiot," she said. "My idiot." Her eyes filled with tears. "Do not," he said quickly. "Please. I do not have tissues." She laughed, even as the first tear slid down her cheek. "I hate you," she said. "I hate that you did not tell me. I hate that the ministry is calling you a thing. I hate that you are made of jelly and still ran to help Neville when Malfoy tried something stupid. I hate that you keep doing dangerous, heroic things regardless of your physical state." "Consistent branding," he said weakly. She stepped closer. "Tell me something only Harry would know," she said. "Right now. Before I do something stupid like hug you and find out you are actually a very polite basilisk in a robe." He thought. "Second year," he said. "Polyjuice. You got cat hair in your potion. You locked yourself in a stall and said, 'I do not think I like this, Harry,' which was the understatement of the century." She blinked. "Third year," he went on before she could speak. "Time turner. You thought we had broken every rule in the book and death would come for us personally. I told you if we were going to jail, I was glad I broke in with you." Her breath hitched. "Fourth year," he said, throat tightening around each word. "You stood in front of me with your wand shaking and said you would hex anyone who called me a liar. Fifth year, you told me I did not have to do everything alone. I did not listen. Now I am trying to." She made a small, broken noise. "Harry," she said. "It is me," he said. "I swear. I am just slimier." She laughed and sobbed at the same time. "Of course it is you," she said. "No one else would remember my worst potion accident in that much detail." She took the last step and put her hands on his chest. Her fingers sank into his surface a little. He tensed. "Careful," he said quickly. "If I relax too much, I start dissolving things." "Do not relax then," she said. "Just let me." She slid her hands up, feeling cool resistance under the robe. It was like pressing into thick jelly. His mass yielded and firmed again, holding. She could feel vibration under her palms, like a magic hum. She rested her forehead against what she hoped was his shoulder. He smelled faintly of stone dust and treacle tart. "I am glad you are not in the tank," she said in a muffled voice. "Even if you are a complete idiot about the way you left it." He let out a breath that rippled through his whole body. "I am glad you are not mashed under a suit of armor," he said. "So we are even." She pulled back just enough to look up at his vague face. "You saved me," she said. "Again." "It was a team effort," he said. "You cooked the rock. I just did the dramatic flailing." A small, slightly hysterical laugh escaped her. "Only you would call melting ministry equipment flailing," she said. He shrugged, the robe pulling oddly. "Only you would pick apart a ward mid-attack," he said. "We all have our things." She hesitated, then stood on her toes. He stilled. Her lips brushed where his cheek would be if he had one, just over the robe. It was a quick, awkward kiss, more cloth than slime, but it sent a warm spike through him that had nothing to do with basilisk traits or absorbed spells. "Thank you," she said. He was glad he did not have a face that could go red. "You are welcome," he said, hoping his voice did not crack. "For almost getting you killed so I could drop in at the last second." She smacked his arm, which made a small wave run along his sleeve. "Idiot," she said again, but there was no heat in it. A sharp cough came from the far end of the corridor. They both jerked around. Professor McGonagall stood there, robes wrapped tight, hair in a severe bun. Professor Flitwick was beside her, wand in hand, eyes wide. Behind them, Dobby peered around a corner, ears flat, clearly torn between fleeing and staying. McGonagall's gaze swept the scene. Broken suits of armor, cracked ministry stone, Hermione flushed and tear-streaked, a towering, robed heap of slime holding itself very still. Her lips thinned. "Miss Granger," she said, voice clipped. "Explain." Hermione swallowed. "The ministry ward misfired," she said. "Or rather, it did exactly what it was designed to do. It attacked the biggest unregistered magic source in range. That turned out to be Harry. And me." "Harry stopped it," Flitwick squeaked. "Harry," he repeated, staring at the slime figure. The lump that was Harry's head turned toward them. "Evening, Professor," he rasped. McGonagall's fingers tightened on her wand. "Mr. Potter," she said. Her voice shook on the name, just a little. "You have left the hospital wing," she went on. "Yes," Harry said. "Without clearing it with Madame Pomfrey," she said. "Yes," he said again. "Without telling your head of house," she said. "Yes," he said, smaller. She took a long, slow breath, nostrils flaring. "Under any other circumstances," she said, "I would take 50 points from Gryffindor, assign you a month of detentions, and personally march you back to bed. Unfortunately, you appear to be made of something that does not take well to marching." Flitwick made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh he was trying to swallow. McGonagall stepped forward. Her shoes squelched a little where Harry's mass still clung to the floor. She did not flinch. She stopped in front of him and looked up. "You saved Miss Granger's life," she said. "Yes," Hermione said before he could answer. "He did. The ward would have crushed me and him both without intervention." McGonagall's eyes softened around the edges. "I can see that," she said quietly. She reached out. For a second Harry thought she was going to touch his face. Instead, she laid her hand on his sleeve, near what would have been his shoulder. Her fingers sank a little into the robe and the mass beneath. He held very, very still. "I am very glad you are still with us," she said. "In whatever form that may be." He swallowed. "Me too," he said. She squeezed once, then let go. "Professor Flitwick," she said, turning without taking her eyes off Harry entirely. "If you would be so good as to inform Madame Pomfrey that her patient has gone for a walk, and that he will be visiting the headmaster's office shortly." Flitwick nodded quickly. "Of course," he said. "Perhaps I should also alert the headmaster that his office will contain, more liquid than usual." Harry winced. "Sorry about the floor," he muttered. "Magic cleans," Flitwick said absently, still staring at him with a mixture of horror and academic fascination. "We can talk about the theory of your, structure later." He scurried away down the corridor. McGonagall looked back at Harry. "Can you manage stairs?" she asked. "Or will you?" slide. He thought about trying to walk up to the headmaster's office like this, robe and all, leaving wet footprints. I can use the pipes, he said. Meet you there. She nodded once. Then we will have a conversation, she said. About ministry stones. About your new situation. And about how Hogwarts protects its own. She glanced at Hermione. You will come as well, Miss Granger, she added. Since you seem unable to avoid trouble even when it is mounted to the wall. Hermione straightened. Yes, Professor, she said. McGonagall turned away, robe swishing, and walked toward the stairs, her back very straight. Hermione watched her go, then looked back at Harry. You are in for it, she said softly. I deserve it, he said. Mostly, she hesitated, then stepped forward and hugged him again, quick and tight. Do not disappear again without telling me, she said into his robe. Please. He wrapped his arms around her as gently as he could. The contact felt dangerous and good at the same time. I will not, he said. Not on purpose. She pulled back, wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand, and managed a shaky smile. See you in Dumbledore's office, she said. He nodded. Try not to get arrested on the way, he said. Right back at you, she said. She hurried after McGonagall, shoes squeaking a little where slime still clung to the floor. Dobby crept closer once they were gone. Harry Potter, sir, is in trouble, he whispered. Story of my life, Harry said. Dobby's eyes shone. Dobby is proud, he said. Harry Potter, sir, fought ministry rocks and did not let them squish his Hermione. Harry's chest did a strange little jump at the his. He ignored it. Tell Luna I did not get turned into a ministry puddle, he said. And tell Winky the shiny stones can break. She will want to know. Dobby will tell, Dobby said. Dobby will also clean corridor before Filch sees. He snapped his fingers and vanished. Harry looked around once more at the mess. Broken suits, cracked stone, faint streaks where bits of him had not quite rejoined. He gathered the last of his scattered mass, pulling it in until only the robed humanoid heap was left. Then he let himself flow down, through the nearest crack, into the waiting pipes. The journey to the headmaster's office felt longer and shorter at the same time. He moved through stone he had moved through a dozen times in the last week. But this time he was not hiding. Teachers had seen him. Hermione had seen him. Soon Dumbledore would too. The ministry could print whatever names they liked. Fudge could draft more lists. Wards could hum and glow and shout about hazards. He was still Harry James Potter. He was currently made of slime. He had a lair, a robe, a handful of friends who would sit with him in a haunted chamber and feed him pudding, and a head of house who had just touched his sleeve and called him Mr. Potter. For the first time since he melted, the castle did not feel like it belonged to someone else. He slid up toward Dumbledore's office, heartless chest tight in a way that felt a lot like nerves, and got ready to hear what the headmaster had to say to his new slime lord. Harry slid out of the stone basin in Dumbledore's office and tried not to drip on the carpet. The room smelled like lemon polish and phoenix feathers. Books pressed in from every side. Silver instruments hummed and clicked on side tables. Fawkes watched from his perch, head cocked. McGonagall stood near the desk with her arms folded. Hermione was beside her, breathing a little hard from the climb. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, hands steepled, blue eyes tired but sharp. They all looked at him. Harry pulled himself up into his rough shape and adjusted his robe. It clung in the wrong places and sagged in others, but at least he looked vaguely like a person instead of a pile. Good evening, Dumbledore said, as if Harry had just walked in on 2 feet. I see you have been busy. Harry shifted his weight. Your new wall stones attacked Hermione, he said. I thought that needed dealing with. McGonagall's mouth thinned. We had words with the ministry representative who installed them, she said. He assured us they were calibrated to ignore students. They did not, Hermione said flatly. The first thing they did was try to squash me and Harry both. Their idea of creature detection is offensive and badly coded. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the broken bit of Ward's stone that Hermione had wrapped in a handkerchief and placed on his desk. He tapped it with his wand. Dead runes flickered and died. I did not authorize these, he said quietly. They were voted through while I was busy answering questions about your legal status, Harry. A most distracting coincidence. Fudge, Harry said. Fudge, Dumbledore agreed. And certain allies in the Department of Mysteries who are very excited by new magical categories and very uninterested in the people inside them. Harry felt his mass tighten. They call me a hazard now, he said. Class S. Transformative something. They talk about collars in the Prophet. Dumbledore's eyes cooled. I noticed, he said. They also talk about you as if you are not listening. That tends to make people bold. McGonagall made a sharp noise. I told them you are still my student, she said. They smiled and said you are now a matter for creatures. They used that word as if it were a bin behind the ministry where they can throw anything inconvenient. Hermione's fists clenched. They based that classification guide on cursed objects and unstable hex storms, she said. Harry is not an artifact. He is a person whose body changed. Harry looked at his own robe. Clear green mass pressed against the fabric. I do not feel like a person most of the time, he said. I feel like a leftover potion someone forgot to label. Dumbledore leaned forward. What do you want to be? He asked. The question landed harder than any insult in the Prophet. Harry thought of the tank, of the whisper of spells trying to pin him, of Luna sitting on the floor with him in the corridor, hand resting inside his surface, of Neville against the wall near the greenhouses, wand shaking while Malfoy jeered. I want to protect this place, he said. I want to make sure people like Neville and Hermione do not get smashed by ministry gadgets or curse things that slip through. I want to be more than something they lock in a room and measure. Dumbledore's gaze softened. I had hoped you would say something like that, he said. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small stack of parchment, already creased and scribbled on. These are the proposals currently being waved about in London, he said. They are very eager to remove you to a controlled facility. They do not yet agree on where. Some suggest the Department of Mysteries. Some suggest an island prison. Some suggest you should be deconstructed entirely in the name of safety. Hermione sucked in a breath. Deconstructed, she repeated. They mean killed. They do not like that word, Dumbledore said. But yes, McGonagall's knuckles went white. You cannot allow that, she said. Albus, he is under your protection. I do not intend to hand him over, Dumbledore said. However, there is another problem on its way that may force the issue before the next Wisengamot session. Harry's mass prickled. What problem? He asked. Fawkes made a soft sound. Dumbledore looked older in that moment than Harry had ever seen him. Voldemort is not pleased, he said simply. Harry almost laughed. I would be worried if he was, he said. This is not his usual displeasure, Dumbledore went on. For years, he had a strange connection to you. A piece of his soul lodged where it had no right to be. When your body liquefied, that fragment was dissolved. He felt that loss as a wound. So he knows something changed, Harry said. He knows he cannot sit inside my head anymore. Correct, Dumbledore said. Which means two things. 1, you are now free of that particular corruption. 2, he knows you are no longer his accidental anchor, and he will seek ways to either reclaim that leverage or eliminate you before you can act with your newfound freedom. Hermione's jaw clenched. And the ministry just helpfully tagged him as a hazard to be hunted, she said. Wonderful. What does that have to do with another problem? Harry asked. Dumbledore slid one of the parchments across the desk. A familiar name leapt out among the densely written lines. Department of Mysteries. Project Spectra 77. Combat Field Test. Harry frowned. What is Spectra? He asked. A parasite, Dumbledore said. Not a creature in the usual sense. A spell construct. It feeds on unstable magic. It was designed in the last war to eat cursed storms and wild wards. It was deemed too dangerous to use on anything near civilians. Hermione ran her eyes over the text. And now somebody wants to point it at Harry, she said. Someone suggested that if Harry Potter has become a mass of shifting magic, perhaps the most efficient way to neutralize the hazard is to send in a spell that specializes in eating such things, Dumbledore said. I argued this was reckless. They argued it would be contained on school grounds. I made it very clear that if they attempted to deploy such an abomination here, they would be dealing with more than me. Harry's mask cooled. Did they listen? He asked. I do not think so, Dumbledore said quietly. The words had barely left his mouth when the castle shuddered. Harry felt it first. A sharp tug ran through the stone under his robe, like someone had ripped at a loose thread in a thick blanket. Magic in the walls hiccuped. Candles flickered. A low groan rose from the foundations. Fawkes flared his wings and gave a sharp cry. McGonagall grabbed the side of the desk. What in the name of Merlin was that? She snapped. Dumbledore rose. Spectra, he said. Or something very much like it. Harry reached wider with his senses. He had learned to feel the castle like a skin over the last weeks. Every pipe, crack, and pool was a nerve. Now, in one section there was nothing. Not stone. Not air. Not magic. A moving patch of absence slid along the second floor, down toward the stairs, like a cold hole in the world. Something is eating the wards, he said. Near the main staircase. Feels like a gap. Like a place where spells go quiet. Hermione's face went pale. Spectra, she whispered. It is already inside. McGonagall turned to Dumbledore. Albus, she said. We have students in their dormitories. Staff in the hall. Whatever that thing is, it is heading straight for the thickest concentration of magic in the building. The Great Hall, Dumbledore said. The floor shook again. This time the sound of screams drifted up through the stone. Faint but real. Harry did not think. He poured himself off the carpet and into the nearest crack. Hogwarts needs help, he said. I can get there faster in the pipes. Harry, Hermione called. Wait, he paused, halfway into the wall. If it eats magic, she said, words spilling out fast, it will be drawn to you as well. You are full of everything it wants. You could be the anchor or the meal. I know, he said, but it is already here. If I hide, everyone else pays for it. Dumbledore stepped around the desk. You cannot face it alone, he said. Harry did not want to look at his eyes. I will not be alone, he said. You have staff. You have students who will fight even when you tell them not to. You have Luna and Dobby and Winky and half the castle on my side. I can at least hold it in one place. Hermione took a step toward the wall. Then we come too, she said. You cannot match its appetite, Dumbledore said gently. This is not a thing you can outcast. Your mind is your weapon, Miss Granger, but the parasite will not respect logic. I can keep people out of the way, she said. I can break more ministry stones if they get in the way. I will not sit in a safe office while my friend melts for me. McGonagall looked from her to Harry, then at Dumbledore. What do you propose, Albus? She asked. Because we do not have time for a staff meeting. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. His fingers sank into the robe and the mass beneath. Harry, he said quietly, there are many things I wish I had done differently. I do not wish to add asking you for this to the list. Yet here we are. You are the only being inside these walls who might match Spectra without being unmade at once. May I ask you to try? Harry thought of the tank and the files with his name on them, of Rita's words, of Fudge drawing lines on paper, of the cold feeling moving through the castle right now, looking for spells to chew. You do not have to ask, he said. This is my school too. Dumbledore nodded once. Then go, he said. To the Great Hall, McGonagall snapped. We will meet you there. Miss Granger, with me. Hermione grabbed his sleeve for a heartbeat. Do not die, she said. I will try not to, he said. Bad for morale. She let go with a frantic little huff that might have been a laugh, and then she was running after McGonagall. Harry sank into the wall. The Great Hall was usually the safest place in Hogwarts. Tonight it was a trap. Neville pushed Hannah Abbott toward the doors while the ceiling flickered overhead. The enchanted sky jumped from night to blank stone to a hard white glare that hurt his eyes. Plates rattled on the tables. Move, he said, trying to sound calm. Just keep moving. Students surged toward the exits in a stumbling mass. Some cried. Some clutched wands. The tiny first years just stared up at the ceiling and shook. Sprout shouted over the noise. To your common rooms, she called. Prefects, guide your houses. Stay together. The air tasted wrong. Neville could feel it even over the smell of food and fear. Magic here usually felt like a soft hum around his skin, warm and steady. Now it stuttered. His wand buzzed unpleasantly in his hand. At the staff table, Flitwick and Snape stood with their wands raised. Flitwick flicked his wand at one of the high walls. Protego Maxima, he cried. The shield that sprang up flickered like a dying candle and then vanished. Something is draining the field, he squeaked. Snape fired a flare toward the enchanted ceiling. The red light should have burst and spread. Instead, halfway up, it simply went out, like someone had pinched the spark between finger and thumb. The wrong feeling got stronger. Neville moved closer to the middle of the hall without quite meaning to. His legs shook. His palm was slick on his wand. Longbottom, Snape barked. Out. Neville did not move. Under the long tables, where spilled pumpkin juice made sticky spots and dropped peas rolled, something shifted. A patch of shadow deepened. The magic hum in the air dimmed. Neville's skin crawled. Professor, he said. Under the tables, a wave of nothing rolled across the floor. Candles went out in its path. Spells that had been woven into the stones of the hall for centuries flickered and died as it passed. It left no mark on the stone. It just stripped the magic out and moved on. Students screamed. The invisible thing brushed against Neville's shins. His body felt for a second like it had been unplugged. His heart fluttered. His wand went dead in his hand. Then it moved on, toward the staff table, toward the cluster of teachers and amulets and wards. Dumbledore stepped through the main doors at that moment with McGonagall, Hermione, and a few other members of the Order behind him. His eyes went straight to the moving emptiness. Spectra, he said. The void pulsed. It did not have a voice, but the feeling that hit Neville's mind felt like hunger given shape. It wanted magic the way a starving man wanted bread. Flitwick lifted his wand again. Arresto momentum, he tried. The spell flew, bright and sharp. It hit the edge of the void and vanished. The emptiness expanded a little. Hermione grabbed 2 terrified second years and shoved them toward the exit. Out! She shouted. Everyone out now. The doors slammed open and shut as students rushed through. Neville stood where he was rooted. He could not see Spectra, but he could feel it like a cold hand against his face. Then the floor near the front of the hall rippled. Green slime pushed its way up through a crack in the flagstones, spreading in a fast sheet that cut across Spectra's path. Students at the nearest tables yelled and scrambled back as the puddle grew, rising into a rough shape. Robes clung to it. A crest caught the torchlight. Harry! Neville breathed. Spectra hit him. For a moment it was like watching 2 invisible currents collide. Harry's mass trembled. He felt the void slam into his side like a giant fist of cold. Parts of him went numb where it touched. Not dead, not gone, just empty of magic. Get away from the doors, he rasped. His voice vibrated over the floor. Neville moved without argument. Students stumbled around him. Some cried out Harry's name. Some just stared in horror. Spectra recoiled. It had never tasted anything like Harry before. It was made to eat spells, wards, enchanted objects, stray curses. They behaved like flavors in the air. Harry was a body made of magic, held together by a will that did not fit any previous pattern. The parasite pressed closer. Hunger flared. It dragged more power out of the ancient enchantments in the walls and pushed at Harry again. Harder. Harry met it. He stretched his mass wide. He had never faced something he could not see before. He felt for it the way he had felt for the dead basilisk in the chamber. Not with eyes but with his whole surface. Where Spectra touched the floor, the stone felt thin. Where it moved through the air, spells dimmed. He pushed into that absence. Slime meant nothing. It was like shoving his hand into a hole that had no bottom. Pain flared along his side. Part of his mass simply stopped working. It turned dull inside him, like jelly left out in the sun. He pulled away instinctively. The empty patch spread. He could still move it, but it did not hum with magic anymore. It was just weight. You cannot let it eat you, Hermione shouted from near the doors. It will keep anything it takes from you. That is its function. I noticed, Harry grunted. Spectra surged. It knew what it liked now. Magic thick and viscous, full of strange properties. It wanted more. It poured toward him, intent on drowning him in its own lack. Harry set himself in front of the staff table. Behind him, Dumbledore raised his wand. "Harry," he called, "I can attempt to bind it, but it will weaken you as well. If you leave it to roam, it will strip the whole castle," Harry said. "We do not have a good option." Spectra hit again. This time Harry flowed with it. Instead of taking the full force on one side, he let his mass ride the impact, spreading thin where the void pressed thick, wrapping the edges where emptiness met stone. He could not grab Spectra, but he could surround it. They wrestled across the floor. Tables splintered under the strain. Benches flipped. The enchanted candles above blinked out as Spectra brushed the ceiling. The starry sky vanished. The hall went dim. Students who had not made it out yet huddled near the walls. Luna stood calm among them, wand held loosely, eyes wide but steady. Dobby crouched near her feet, hands glowing with elf magic, ready to shove children through side doors if the fight moved closer. "Breathe, Harry," Luna called, as if he still had lungs. "Remember where you end and it begins." He held on to her voice. Spectra tried a new tactic. It poured under him, racing toward the cluster of staff, Death Eaters among them in borrowed robes. Harry had not seen them come in. Now, as the void swept past, masks flared into sight. Lucius Malfoy yanked off his borrowed hat, wand already raised. Bellatrix Lestrange stood beside him, eyes wild, laughing under her breath as if this were the best entertainment she had seen in years. Of course Voldemort would use the chaos. Harry swore under his breath. He threw part of himself sideways, forming a wall between the parasite and the Death Eaters. Bellatrix laughed louder. "The boy melted and still tries to play hero," she said. "Look at you, little puddle. Get out," Harry said. She twirled her wand. "Ah," she cooed. "He still thinks he can tell me what to do." She flicked her wrist. Crucio, the curse hit Spectra instead of Harry. The spell vanished. Spectra flared with sharp interest. Pain curses had a rich taste. Harry saw the way the void swelled. It did not care about intention. It only cared about power. "It eats anything," he shouted. "Stop casting or you will feed it." Bellatrix sneered. "I do not take orders from snot," she said and flicked again. Dumbledore moved faster than anyone else. "Expelliarmus," he called. Her wand flew from her hand. Spell light that had been halfway to Spectra winked out. Lucius swore and fired a stunner at Dumbledore. Spectra turned toward it like a dog hearing its name. Harry forced himself between, taking the spell. It hit his side and sank in. He absorbed it, shuddered, and flung the energy back at Lucius with a snap of his arm. Lucius went down hard. Spectra paused. It had never encountered prey that could swallow spells and rethrow them before. Hunger shifted to curiosity. Harry used the moment. He wrapped himself around the leading edge of the void and pushed. For a second it felt like he had managed to grab a piece. Then Spectra slipped free, taking more of his magic with it. He gasped. Weakness spread through him. Each time the parasite took a bite, he lost a little more hum inside his mass. If he kept fighting like this, he would be left as a heap of cold, dead gel. Options flickered through his mind. He could try to keep it occupied while Dumbledore and Flitwick crafted some kind of containment cage. But the more time passed, the more Spectra ate. He could try to drive it out of the castle entirely, into the grounds, into the forest. But then it would find other magic to chew, and if it got loose beyond the wards, there was no telling where it would roam. Or he could do the stupid thing. "Harry!" Hermione shouted, eyes huge. "Do not even think about it." He had not said anything out loud. She knew him too well. She fought through the remaining students with Professor Sprout yanking terrified children out of her path. "You cannot swallow that," she said. "It is a concept, not a creature. It eats the rule that says magic stays where it belongs." "Which makes it my twin," he said. "We are both stupid exceptions." "That is not funny," she snapped. "If you pull it inside you, it could eat you from the inside out. There will be nothing left to hold you together." Spectra pressed against him again, harder now, sensing his hesitation. He dug in. I have eaten cursed air and basilisk poison, he said. I have swallowed half the wards in the chamber to stay conscious. If anyone can stomach this thing, it is me. Harry, she said, voice cracking. He looked at her. I will not let it chew through this place while I sit in a jar, he said. I will not let them shove me in a tank and then drain Hogwarts because they were scared of one boy who got weird. He shifted his attention to Luna. She stood calm, hand on a trembling first-year's shoulder. You will anchor me, he called. If I look like I am coming apart, remind me who I am. She nodded. You are Harry, she said. You like pudding and bad jokes and people who say your name like it matters. Hermione wiped her face with a shaky hand. Some of us are very attached to you, she said. I noticed, he said softly. Dobby darted closer, eyes huge. Harry Potter sir must win, he said. Dobby will kick the bad magic if it tries to sneak out. Harry almost smiled. Thank you, he said. No kicking necessary. Just get anyone who cannot cast out of here. Dobby nodded hard and vanished with a crack, reappearing near the far door to drag two late first years away. Dumbledore moved to Harry's side. You are about to do something very foolish, he said. Harry snorted. Only way I know how to be useful, he said. Dumbledore's hand settled on his robe again. If you survive this, he said softly, we will have a long talk about other ways. He stepped back. Spectra flexed. Hunger built to a sharp point. Harry took a breath he did not need. He remembered the basilisk, the way its venom had burned and then folded into something he could use. He remembered how spells felt sliding into his mass, how he could break them apart and keep the pieces. Then he opened himself. He dropped the instinct that kept his magic tight inside his mass. He let gaps appear in his surface. He let the parasite pour in. Spectra surged. It rushed into him like a tide, flooding his insides with cold. Pain followed. This was not like basilisk venom, which had burned mostly in his surface. This started deeper. Anywhere the void touched, his magic stuttered and went out. His sense of self flickered. For a terrifying moment he could not tell where he ended. He saw nothing. He heard nothing. He did not feel the floor. He existed in a thick white blank, with a cold pulsing in the center that was not his. The parasite spoke without words. Erase. Harry's first thought was very simple. No. Spectra pushed. It tried to strip the pattern that made him Harry. Memories, instincts, stupid jokes, years of feeling like he was a spare part in other people's plans. It wanted to turn them into a clean absence. He grabbed whatever he could. Ron's laugh on the train. Hermione's voice in the library, telling him he was wrong and right in the same breath. Luna humming in the corridor. Ginny's stubborn stare. Mrs. Weasley pushing a plate into his hands and telling him to eat. Dumbledore saying he was sorry. Neville standing in front of Malfoy with his wand shaking. He held those images like anchors. Spectra bit at them. It tried to turn each memory into a blank card. Harry did the only thing he knew how to do. He ate it back. He had learned to swallow basilisk traits and leave the poison behind. He had learned to drink spells and turn them into warmth. Now he dragged the parasite's own rule into himself. He wrapped his awareness around the concept at the center of Spectra. The simple hunger that said magic did not belong anywhere, that nothing should glow except the void. He bit down. Felt like trying to chew ice. His whole being hurt. He thought of Luna's description of him in the corridor. You are helping, she had said. You are cleaning. He had liked that. He preferred cleaning to erasing. He imagined Hogwarts in his mind. Not as a vague image, but as a map of pipes and walls and secret rooms he had slid through. The great hall with its long tables. The chamber with its bones. The greenhouses with Neville's plants. The hospital wing with its clean sheets and Madame Pomfrey's scolding. Spectra tried to strip the magic out of each picture. Harry pulled the opposite way. He did not want the parasite's rule of nothing. He wanted a new rule. Magic belongs where people need it. Every time the void tried to eat a bit of castle, he swallowed that bite and forced it into a new shape. The white space in his head darkened. Not empty dark, night sky dark. Tiny points of light appeared where his memories anchored, like distant windows. Spectra screamed, for the first time using a sound. Outside, those watching flinched as a sharp, High wail rippled through the hall. Not quite noise, not quite magic. Harry twisted. He felt something tear inside his mass. For a second he thought he had broken himself. Then the core of the parasite, the tight knot of rules that said erase, came loose. He dragged it close. He bit harder. The knot cracked. The screaming cut off. Outside, the moving patch of nothing writhing across the hall collapsed inward. From the staff table it looked like Harry had swallowed a chunk of air. One moment there was a strange dull area spreading through the stones. The next it was all pulled into him. His robe flapped once in an invisible wind. Then he went still. For a heart-stopping moment he did not move. Hermione's knees almost gave out. "Harry," she whispered. Luna's hand tightened on the first year's shoulder. "He is choosing," she said softly. "Choosing what?" Hermione wanted to scream. Inside, Harry hung on to the last crumbs of Spectra's core. He could feel what it wanted to do. It wanted to eat everything, including him, then vanish into a clean absence where there were no more needs, no more hunger, no more anything. He did not like that future. He had spent his whole life being told he was meant for something. Nemesis, tool, chosen one. Now, inside a mind full of sludge and stolen rules, he got to pick a shape that was his. He squeezed. The parasite's core shrank. He wrapped layers of his own magic around it, the same way he wrapped himself around his wand, and pressed. The rule inside wobbled. He spoke to it in the only language it understood. Eat this instead. Instead of erasing, store. Instead of leaving blank, protect. Instead of wandering, anchor. Spectra did not think. It reacted. It met the new frame and, for the first time in its existence, took on a different purpose. The knot dissolved. The last of the cold drained into Harry's mass. The white blank popped like a burst bubble. He fell. For a second he thought he had truly fallen onto stone. His awareness slammed back into his shape. He could feel the floor under him again. The air. The panic. The stairs. He could feel something else. His entire body buzzed. Magic roared under his robe. It was not the same as before. He opened his eyes. He had not realized he had closed them. The hall rushed into focus. Only it was sharper now. The edges of tables. The pattern of cracks in the stone. The shimmer of wards in the walls. The small sparks of magic in every person. Hermione stood a few feet away, eyes huge, wand clenched. Luna watched calmly from the side, head tilted. Dumbledore stood between Harry and the fallen Death Eaters, wand ready but lowered. Harry pushed himself to his feet. For the first time since he had liquefied, the motion felt familiar. His body did not slosh. His weight settled on legs. He looked down. His hands were hands, not perfect copies of what he had before. The fingers were a little too smooth, the knuckles a little too clean, the skin an odd color that sat somewhere between deep green and dark blue, like ink in water. But they had nails. They had lines. They looked back when he turned them. His robe hung properly. His chest rose. He felt a breath move in. He did not need the air, but he could take it now. His entire form had condensed. Where before he had been a lumpy mound in borrowed cloth, now he stood taller, solid. His surface was not glass clear anymore. It was a rich, dark shade that seemed to swallow light at the edges. Inside, if someone looked close, tiny pricks of color shifted like the points he had seen in his mind. Hermione stared. "Harry," she whispered. Her voice shook. He touched his own face. His fingers found cheek, nose, jaw. They felt like himself and not like someone else's. There was a faint give when he pressed, the sense of thick gel under an elastic skin, but nothing dripped. His hair was gone. He could feel only a smooth curve of skull. He decided he did not care. Spectra's leftovers sat inside him like a new organ. He could feel the parasite's old instinct, the part that reached for wild magic. Only now it was bound and redirected. Instead of grabbing anything, it hummed, ready to clamp down on spells that did not belong. As he stood there, a stray spark from a broken torch flew toward him. Without thinking, he lifted his hand. The spark hit his skin and sank in. For a heartbeat his palm glowed. Then the light faded. His nerves sang. Every Death Eater in the hall took a step back. Bellatrix stared as if she were looking at a new god. "What did you do?" she breathed. What are you? Harry looked at her. His voice came out steadier and deeper than it had in the corridor. I am still Harry, he said. I am just done sharing my body with other people's mistakes. She laughed. A high broken sound. You ate the spell eater, she said. You swallowed a parasite. This is beyond anything even my lord has done. Lucius groaned from the floor. Snape moved closer to Dumbledore, his face a tight mask. Hermione took one step toward Harry. He felt it like a warmth on his new skin. You're magic, she whispered. It feels different. He could feel it too. It flowed cleaner. Before, every spell he absorbed sat in his mass like a lump until he pushed it out again. Now, with Spectra's core repurposed, the energy moved through him, filtered. He could taste different types of magic, feel where they came from, decide whether to keep or release. He turned his hand palm up. His wand, which had been lodged inside his mass, responded at once. It slid into his grasp. His fingers curled around the familiar wood. The wand hummed. The connection was stronger than ever. Before, he had channeled magic through his arm into the wand. Now the wand felt like an extension of a whole body made of magic. He flicked it once. No spell, just a test. The air shivered. Every weak residual charm in the room flared for a second, then settled. Death Eaters flinched. Do not do that, Bellatrix hissed. He looked at her maskless face. You flung curses at children to entertain yourself, he said. You do not get to tell me what to do. She raised her empty hands. You cannot kill what is already broken, she said. Avada Kedavra will not stick to snot. She looked at the Death Eater on her left. One Harry did not recognize under the mask, and jerked her chin. Show him, she said. The masked man hesitated. Dumbledore's wand twitched in warning. The Death Eater swallowed and pointed his wand at Harry's chest. Do not, Dumbledore said sharply. I want to see, Harry said. Hermione grabbed his arm. Are you insane? She said under her breath. I need to know, he said quietly. If I am going to face Voldemort in this body, I need to know if the old tricks still work. She stared at him, then let go, fingers shaking. The Death Eater drew a breath. Avada Kedavra, he shouted. Green light burst from the tip of his wand. Time seemed to slow. Harry watched the curse come toward him. It felt different from other spells. He could taste it before it hit, a greasy, slick malice in the air. His old scar would have burned. Now that spot on his forehead felt cool and clear. He raised his hand. The curse hit his palm. Pain flared for a split second, but it was not the tearing agony from the graveyard. It was more like the burn of basilisk venom, intense and sharp, but contained. Spectra's repurposed core reacted. It clamped down on the invading rule. The killing curse flickered. Its simple command to stop a heart and sever life met a new rule wrapped tight around Harry's magic. Magic that tries to erase does not belong. The green light folded into his skin. It sank. For a moment his whole arm glowed with that sick color. Hermione gasped. Luna watched with open curiosity. The Death Eaters stared. Then the light went out. Harry flexed his fingers. His hands still worked. His chest still rose. His awareness still sat solidly in his new shape. He felt tired, but he felt very much alive. The Death Eater who had cast the curse stumbled back. Impossible, he whispered. Bellatrix's smile slid off her face for the first time. Dumbledore's eyes were on Harry, full of a complicated mix of pride and worry. McGonagall looked like someone had just told her the sky was now made of soup. Snape's expression barely shifted, but his hand tightened on his wand so hard his knuckles stood out. Harry looked at the man who had thrown the killing curse. He lifted his other hand. He did not fire the spell back. He pointed at the wand instead. Accio, he said. The wand tore itself free and flew into his grip. He snapped it in two and let the pieces fall. No one missed that he had chosen to break wood instead of people. The remaining Death Eaters shifted, unsure whether to run or attack. Harry stepped forward. As he moved, spells in the air trembled. He did not cast anything. He simply let his new aura stretch. It washed out across the hall, a low pressure that sat on the magic everyone carried. Friendly spells coughed but stayed. The protective enchantments in the walls straightened, steadier now that Spectra's drain was gone. The magic in Death Eater wands, however, flickered. Harry did not erase it. He smothered it. Magic that belonged to people who came in here to murder was not welcome. One by one, the tips of the dark wands sputtered. Small showers of sparks died. When Lucius tried to cast a disarming charm at Dumbledore, nothing happened. He stared at his wand in disbelief and tried again. Nothing. Harry's voice cut through the confusion. "You brought an eater to kill me," he said. "The Ministry opened my school to a parasite. You walked in behind it with masks and curses. I forgave a lot of stupid things. I am done with this one." His words rolled in the quiet. Even those who hated him could not deny that he stood in the middle of the wrecked hall with bits of broken armor and splintered tables around him, still breathing after swallowing Spectra and a killing curse. Neville watched from near the side wall, heart hammering. That is Harry, he thought, no matter what he looks like. Ron, near the Gryffindor end of the room, stared with his mouth open. He remembered shouting at a tank, calling his best friend a monster because fear had clawed through him. He watched now as that same friend stared down Death Eaters with a new body and the same stubborn eyes. Harry drew in another breath. Fox sang. The Phoenix's song flowed down into the hall, soft and fierce at once. It wrapped around bruised minds and aching magic. It settled on Harry's shoulders like a weight he did not mind. "Drop your wands," Dumbledore said quietly. There was no twinkle in his eyes now. Bellatrix laughed once, sharp and wild. "Do you think I am scared of you?" she said. "Or your slime boy? We have a Dark Lord." Harry looked at her. "Your Dark Lord lost his spare anchor," he said. "He lost his spell eater. He will lose more." Bellatrix's eyes flashed. "You think you can stand against him?" she hissed. "Like this," she gestured at his new form. He did not look away. "I stood against him when I was a baby and did not know my own name," he said. "I stood against him in a graveyard with a broken leg. I stood against him when I was halfway between boy and puddle. I will stand again." The hall held its breath. For a second Harry thought she would throw herself at him with her bare hands. Then she smiled, wide and bright and dreadful. "You will be his favorite puzzle," she said. "He loves puzzles. He will come for you, little slime lord." She spat the last words like a joke. They landed differently in his chest. Slime Lord. He could hear how the prophet would write it. He could hear how Malfoy would sneer it. Luna smiled. "Sounds like a title," she said. "Better than Class Hazard." Hermione wiped her eyes. "You have had worse names," she said. "You can make this one yours." Harry let the words sit. He did not say yes. He did not say no. He just stood in the middle of his wrecked school, feeling the castle hum around him, feeling the new weight of Spectra inside, feeling the eyes on him. Ministry officials would be here soon. Fudge would shout. The prophet would scribble. Voldemort would hear that someone had eaten his parasite and a killing curse in one night. Harry flexed his new fingers. He felt less like a hazard and more like a storm waiting in a bottle. He decided that if they were going to stick a title on him, he would decide what it meant. He met Bellatrix's eyes one more time. "Tell him I am done running," he said. She laughed. "Oh, he knows," she said. Aurors burst through the far doors at that moment, shouting and waving wands. They took in the broken hall, the stunned or disarmed Death Eaters, the students huddled near the walls, the headmaster standing calm, and the tall, dark, almost human figure of Harry Potter in the center with spells still dying in the air around him. Every wand in the room wavered. Harry rolled his shoulders. The magic inside him steadied. Whatever came next, he had crossed a line tonight. He was no longer a boy stuck in a jar. He was something new, and he was not done. Aurors poured through the doors with wands up and shoulders tight. "Nobody move," one of them shouted. "Wands on the floor." Harry did not move. He stood in the middle of the wrecked great hall with broken armor around his feet and Death Eaters sprawled on the flagstones. The air still buzzed from Spectra's scream. Students huddled along the walls, eyes wide. Dumbledore raised one hand. "Please," he said, voice calm but firm. "Lower your wands. The danger has passed for the moment." Kingsley Shacklebolt was at the front of the Aurors. Tall, steady, earring catching the light. He took one look at the scattered bodies, the dark-robed figure of Harry, and the terrified children. and did what the others did not. He listened. "That is Potter." An oar near the back whispered. "Is that Potter?" Harry felt their spells in the air, ready to fly. His new magic tasted the shapes before they were cast. Stunning spells, binding ropes, a few darker things that clung to certain wands. He swallowed once. "I am not the one you need to stun," he said. "Those are." He nodded at the Death Eaters. Lucius lay groaning. Bellatrix sat with her hands cuffed in conjured iron, eyes bright with a sick delight that never seemed to leave her. Kingsley's wand did not drop, but his shoulders eased. "Report," he said, looking at Dumbledore. "An experiment from the Department of Mysteries," Dumbledore said. "Spectra." It broke free. Harry contained it. Then some uninvited guests chose the worst possible moment to arrive. Flitwick flicked his wand. Ropes sprang out and bound the nearest Death Eater more securely. This time Harry did not interfere. The magic was simple, practical. No erasing, no killing. He let it settle. Fudge pushed his way through the oars, face red and sweaty. "Bowler Hat Askew. What is going on in my school?" he spluttered. "What have you done now, Dumbledore? What is that thing in the middle of the hall? And why are there reports of a Class S hazard on the loose?" Harry turned his head. He hated how the word thing slipped out of people without thought. "I am right here," he said. "Name is Harry. You might remember it." Fudge went pale and then blotchy. "That," he said, jabbing a finger at Harry, "is not Harry Potter. That is some kind of abomination that has just swallowed a ministry asset and a killing curse." Hermione stepped forward before anyone else could speak. "Yes," she said, voice shaking with anger. "He swallowed the ministry thing that nearly stripped the castle and kept the curse from hitting anyone else." "You are welcome, Miss Granger," McGonagall said sharply, though her eyes warmed for a moment. Fudge ignored her. "It has to be contained," he said. "We had agreements. Magical creatures, Department of Mysteries, restraints, controlled testing. You let it roam." Harry felt the castle under his feet. The stones remembered Spectra's passage. They remembered the tank. They remembered old wards, burnt and patched over the years. They hummed now, steadier, full of his new rule. He was not going back in a glass bowl for Fudge's comfort. "You try to collar me right now," he said quietly. "And the person you have to get past is not me. It is everyone I just kept from being eaten." His voice spread through the hall. Neville straightened near the end of the Gryffindor table. "He saved us," he said, loud enough for people around him to hear. "Twice." Luna's tone was mild. "He also kept the pudding safe," she added. "That is very important to mention." Ron gave a strained snort and rubbed his face. Kingsley took this all in with a steady gaze. "We are not collaring anyone tonight," he said, cutting across Fudge's sputter. "We secure the prisoners. We get the children to safety. Then we talk." Dumbledore nodded once. "Agreed," he said. "Minerva, Pomona, Phileas, take the students back to their dormitories. Calmly. No detours." McGonagall's voice snapped out like a whip. "Gryffindors with me," she called. "Single file. No arguments." Sprout and Flitwick echoed her for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Snape swept the Slytherins toward the doors with a stiff, controlled anger that had nothing to do with Harry and everything to do with Death Eaters on his floor. Hermione hesitated. "Miss Granger," McGonagall said. "You as well." Hermione looked at Harry. He did not move, but he met her eyes. "I am not going anywhere," he said softly. "Not yet." She pressed her lips together. "Fine," she said. "Then neither am I." McGonagall opened her mouth, then shut it again. "You will stand behind me," she said instead. "If a curse flies, you duck. Understood?" "Yes, Professor," Hermione said. Luna stayed where she was too. "I need to see how the story ends," she said. "It would be rude to leave in the middle." McGonagall gave up on both of them and marched her house away. The hall slowly emptied of children. The noise dropped. The broken tables looked worse in the quiet. In the end, only a small knot of people remained. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Kingsley, Fudge, a handful of senior Aurors. Hermione and Luna near the side. Fawkes on his perch by the staff table, feathers fluffed. Harry, dark and solid at the center. The castle shuddered. This time it was not Spectra. Every torch flickered blue for a heartbeat. The air turned cold and thin, like the moment before a storm. Harry tasted a magic that had nothing to do with the ministry. It felt old and sharp and greedy. The back of his neck prickled. "Oh, for goodness sake," Hermione whispered. "Not now." Dumbledore's head snapped toward the main doors. He felt it too. "Everyone stay alert," he said quietly. "He is coming." Fudge spun in a circle. "Who is coming?" he demanded. "What are you talking about? Who authorized any more arrivals?" "I did not authorize anything." The answer walked through the doors before anyone could speak. Voldemort did not bother with subtlety. The heavy doors slammed back against the walls, not from a spell Harry could see but from pressure. The torches along the walls went cold. For a second the ceiling showed nothing but bare stone. Then the Dark Lord was simply there, thin, pale, red eyes bright in the dim, dark robes trailing over the broken floor, untouched by the slime and dust. His snake-like face twisted in disgust as he took in the wreckage. Several Aurors gasped. One dropped his wand. Kingsley went very still. Fudge made a noise that sounded like a kettle about to scream. Voldemort ignored all of them. His gaze went straight to Harry. He stared. For a long moment nobody moved. Harry felt something brush against his mind. Not a word, just a sharp probe. The old cold touch that had slid past his scar for years. It bounced this time. Whatever Spectra had done to his magic, it had changed that doorway. The probe skittered off his new surface like a stone on a lake. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "You," he said. Harry swallowed. He had seen Voldemort in a graveyard, thin as a skeleton and bright with cursed light. He had heard that voice promise pain and glory in the same breath. It sounded different now. There was a crack in it. "You have changed, Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "I see they were not exaggerating when they called you a hazard." "You have the same nose," Harry said. "Or not." It was stupid, but his mouth went there when he was scared. Hermione made a strangled sound. Luna's eyes brightened with interest. "Riddle," Dumbledore said. "This is a school. You will not walk in here and threaten my students." Voldemort did not look away from Harry. "You walked me into his home and put part of my soul in him," he said, voice low. "You made him my problem, Dumbledore. Now look at him." His gaze raked over Harry's form. "Spectra was meant to strip you clean," he said. "You have eaten it instead." Harry had not thought about how fast news traveled between Death Eaters and their master. "Sorry for the inconvenience," he said. "Return policy is terrible." Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted. "You think this is amusing," he said. "You think because you have swallowed one toy and one curse, you are beyond me." He lifted his wand. Every Auror in the room flinched. "Tom," Dumbledore said sharply. "You will not cast that here." Voldemort flicked his wrist. "Silence, old man," he said. A blast of red light flew at Dumbledore. Harry moved on instinct. He stepped between them. The spell hit his chest. Heat flared through him. The magic felt like a hammer trying to break stone. He grabbed it with the new core inside him before it could spread, clamped down, and pushed it through the Spectra rule. Not here. The force dissolved. He staggered, but he stayed upright. Voldemort's eyes sharpened. "Interesting," he murmured. He pointed his wand at Harry again. Avada Kedavra. The green bolt ripped across the hall. Hermione's scream tore out of her without control. "Harry!" He did not try to block this one with Spectra. He lifted his hand. The curse slammed into his palm. Pain screamed along his arm. His whole body tried to flinch away. He forced the spell into the same pathway he had used earlier, grabbed the killing rule at its center, and crushed it. His skin glowed sickly green up to the elbow. Then it faded. His hand shook, but he could still feel his fingers. He closed them slowly, then opened them again. "Old tricks," he said through his teeth. "Try something new." Voldemort's eyes burned. "You dare," he hissed. "You dare play with my magic, boy." "I am not a boy tonight," Harry said. "You wanted me broken. This is what you made. You do not get to complain that I fit badly." Spells started to fly. Voldemort snapped a slashing curse at his face. Harry ducked. The silver line sliced through one of the broken tables and showered splinters. Harry slammed his wand down. Protego, the shield that sprang up in front of him, did not look like his old ones. It was deeper, darker, almost solid. Voldemort's next curse hit and sank into it. The surface rippled. Harry felt the impact inside his chest. The spectra core flared. He had to decide fast. Keep or eat. He chose to eat. The curse dissolved. For each spell he swallowed, more warmth flooded his mass. It felt like holding too much electricity. If he held on to all of it, he would overload. He needed to send something back. Voldemort flicked his wand in a movement Harry knew too well. Crucio, the curse came in low. Harry stepped into it. Pain tore through his body. The spectra core tried to clamp down, but this was not an erase rule. It was a twist, a scream written in magic. His mass convulsed. He dropped to one knee. He could have let it flow past and hit the Aurors behind him. He did not. He dragged the curse into himself and forced it through every piece of slime he had, pushed it out the other side, and spat the ruined remains of it into the floor. Sweat rolled down Hermione's temple. "Stop it!" she shouted at Voldemort. He did not even glance at her. Harry pushed himself back to his feet. His legs shook. He fixed his eyes on Voldemort. "That all you have?" he panted. "You throw pain around so easy because you never carry it yourself." Voldemort's gaze went cold. "Very well," he said. He drew a circle in the air with his wand. Fire blossomed. It was not normal flame. It crawled along the floor in shapes, a dozen heads rising on long necks, jaws full of teeth. Fiend fire. It cracked and roared and started to eat the wood of the tables and the stone alike. Aurors shouted. "Back!" Kingsley bellowed. "Move back now." Students who had not been cleared out yet screamed as the fire snapped toward them. Harry ran forward. "Harry!" Dumbledore shouted. "Do not touch that." Too late. He hit the edge of the curse with his whole body. The fiend fire bit into him. It hurt in a way that went past magic. Clawed at his new shape, trying to turn him into fuel. For a moment his body flared, his edges burning white-hot. He grabbed it. Spectra screamed inside him. This curse did not just erase, consumed. It wanted to grow. He forced the spectra core to clamp down on that rule, grabbed the part that said spread and changed it. Stay. He wrapped the fire around it. His whole body burned. He felt parts of himself char. Pockets of his mass turned black and hard. He did not let go. "Harry!" Hermione yelled, voice raw. He dragged the fiend fire into himself until there was no flame left on the floor. Then he dropped the dead shell of it onto the stone in a lump of cooled, inert slag. The hall stank of burnt something. His own scent mixed with it, sharp and sour. His legs trembled. Voldemort stared. "You bend curses," he said. "You swallow fire. You embarrass my parasite. You stand in front of me in that shape and you dare act as if you can judge me." He took a step forward. "The world fears you now more than it fears me," he said softly. "You are a walking argument for everything I have said. There will be chaos. And in that chaos, I thrive." Harry wiped slime from his face with the back of his hand. "You are scared," he said. Voldemort's eyes flashed. "I do not fear you," he spat. "You fear being replaced," Harry said. "You fear not being the worst thing in the room." He saw it then. Under the anger, under the rage that Spectra had been eaten and Horcrux plans had gone wrong, there was a raw, sick fear. Voldemort had built his identity on being the one people whispered about, on being the nightmare at the edge of every conversation. Now there was something else, something that did not die when he ordered it. Harry made a choice. He stopped waiting. He moved. He let his body loosen and flowed. His solid limbs ran like water for a heartbeat. He pushed forward across the floor in a surge of dark mass, wrapped in the robe Luna had given him. Voldemort fired more spells. Cutting curses, bone breakers, another killing curse. Harry swallowed what he could and let others splash into his surface. Each one burned. Each one added to the storm inside his chest. He hit Voldemort like a wave. They crashed into the dais near the staff table. Voldemort lost his footing. He went down under a mass of slime. Harry did not try to hold him politely. He engulfed him. From the outside it looked simple. One moment the Dark Lord stood with his wand raised. The next he vanished inside a dark, shifting shape that wrapped around him and closed. From the inside it was a war. Harry felt Voldemort's magic thrash. The man who had split his soul did not give up quietly. Curses fired inside the mass. Bones twisted. Ligaments strained. Harry felt every spell hit, not as wounds but as patterns trying to tear his new rules. The Spectra core flared hot, tasted the Horcrux. The piece inside Harry was gone now, burned away when he melted. But others were still tied to Voldemort. Old anchors, old crimes. They tugged at his magic like hooks in flesh. Harry reached for them. He did not see them with eyes. He felt threads of power that did not belong. A diary long destroyed. A ring. A locket. A snake. A cup. Old echoes, clinging to the core of Tom Riddle like barnacles. He grabbed the threads. Voldemort screamed. The sound was muffled by slime, but everyone in the hall heard it in their bones. Harry pulled. Each anchor tore free one by one. They came out as black smoke, thick and bitter. The Horcrux pieces tried to flee, but his Spectra core was waiting. It snapped shut on each dark cloud and dissolved it, rule by rule. You do not belong. You do not get to cling. You do not get to turn a scared boy into a god. Inside the slime, lights flared. If anyone could have seen through his shell, they would have watched tiny points of darkness burn out in his star-like mass, leaving only faint scars. Voldemort thrashed. "Stop!" he choked. "Stop, Potter. You do not know what you are doing." Harry held on. He had held on to pain his whole life. He had held on to prophecy, to expectations, to scar twinges, to nightmares. This felt cleaner. He was not clutching someone else's plan. He was taking back what had been stolen from the world. He yanked the last thread. The final Horcrux screamed as it died. Then there was only Tom. The magic tried to collapse. Without anchors, without extra supports, the structure that made Voldemort more than a man came apart. Harry felt the raw power rush toward him. He did not want it. He did not want to become the new Dark Lord, the new myth that people whispered about in fear. He pulled the last piece of Spectra tight around that storm. Do not spread. Do not settle in me. Sleep. The surge hit the filter and sank. It sat inside him as a heavy knot of unused potential, wrapped in rules that said no. He would figure out what to do with that later. Right now he had one job. He let Voldemort go. The slime peeled back. It left a man on the floor, not a snake-faced monster. A shriveled figure in torn robes, skin waxy and pale, hair thin and gray at the sides. Red eyes gone. The irises were dark now, human. His wand lay a few feet away. He wheezed. His chest rose. He was alive. Harry stepped back. His whole body shook. He could feel where pieces of his mass had burned, where Spectra had strained. He was tired in a way that sat in his bones, even if his bones were now more suggestion than matter. Dumbledore moved forward. He looked down at the man on the floor. "Tom," he said quietly. Tom Riddle glared up at him, breath rattling. "You," he rasped. "You did this." "No," Harry said. "You did this when you tried to turn yourself into something you were never meant to be." Kingsley stepped carefully around the slime that still clung to the stone. He crouched next to Tom with his wand ready. "Lord Voldemort," he said, "you are under arrest for more crimes than I care to list." Tom tried to summon his wand. Nothing happened. Harry could feel the emptiness where magic had been. He had not erased the man. He had erased the stolen tricks. Tom Riddle was just a person again. A very dangerous, very bitter person. But a person, not a living curse. Fudge finally seemed to catch up. His mouth opened and closed. "You caught him," he croaked. "You actually caught him. We did it." Harry looked at him. "You did nothing," he said, too tired to be polite. Fudge flinched. Dumbledore's gaze slid from Tom to Harry. "You have ended him," he said quietly. Harry shook his head. "I have ended his magic," he said. "He still has to live with what he has done." Dumbledore's eyes were old and soft and sad. "Perhaps that is worse than anything Azkaban can offer," he murmured. Kingsley flicked his wand. Chains wrapped around Tom's wrists and ankles. This time Harry let them. Simple metal, backed by physical strength and wards, would hold where curses had failed. Fudge puffed up. "This changes everything," he said. "The ministry will take charge of the prisoner. The ministry will take charge of the creature. We will need research, containment, new departments, new laws, new funding." He was already talking himself into speeches for the prophet. Harry swayed. The hall tilted. Hermione reached him first. She grabbed his arm. Up close she could see that his edges shimmered. His skin, if that was the word, had gone from deep dark to a lighter shade at the tips. He looked a little see-through. "Sit," she said. "Now." He sat. His legs were grateful. Luna walked over and sat on his other side as if this were a picnic, not the end of a war. "You look tired," she said. "You did eat a Dark Lord. That is heavy." Harry snorted, then winced as the sound jostled something inside. "Remind me never to ask for seconds," he muttered. Hermione pressed the heel of her hand against her eyes, then dropped it. "You are an idiot," she said. "A brilliant, ridiculous idiot." He leaned his head back against the broken step. "Worked, though," he said. "He is not coming back." Fudge, meanwhile, had rounded on Dumbledore. "We will take Potter into custody at once," he said. "He is too dangerous to leave in a school. He has eaten ministry property, he has altered a high-level spell, he has shown a capacity for unpredictable havoc. He must be placed in a controlled environment." Dumbledore's voice went calm and cold. "You will not drag a child out of Hogwarts in chains," he said. "He is not a child," Fudge snapped. "Look at him." "I am looking," Dumbledore said. "I see one of my students. Tired. Hurt. And once again standing between this world and a graveyard." Kingsley rose from Tom's side. "Minister," he said, "with respect, you cannot treat the person who just stopped the war as if he is a cursed object. It will not land well with anyone who just watched that fight." Fudge waved a hand. "Politics can be managed," he said. "Fear can be channeled. We can present this as a necessary measure. For safety." "You threw Spectra at the school and called it safety," Harry said, voice flat. "You do not get to talk about safety tonight." Fudge glared at him. "You do not address the minister in that tone," he snapped. Harry pushed himself to his feet. His legs threatened to fold. He made them behave. "I just got out of a tank," he said. "You think I am going to let you build a bigger one?" "Harry," Dumbledore said softly. Harry met his eyes. "I am not going to be your argument," he said. "For more control. For more fear. I am done being anyone's symbol." Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once. "We will speak later," he said. "When everyone has slept." Harry knew that tone. It meant there would be no shouting. There would be quiet disappointment and careful words. He did not have the energy for that yet. Kingsley stepped between Harry and Fudge without making a big show of it. "Minister," he said, "our people are exhausted. The castle is damaged. We have a Dark Lord bound at our feet. We need to move him to secure custody and send word to the Wisengamot. Any talk of new measures can wait until morning." Fudge opened his mouth, then shut it again. "Fine," he said. "Fine. We will discuss this later. Do not let Potter out of your sight." Harry almost laughed. "You can try," he said under his breath. Hermione squeezed his arm, hard enough that her fingers sank a little. "Do not make that into a challenge," she whispered. Luna leaned against his shoulder as if he were a perfectly normal cushion. Her voice was light. "If they try to put you in a box," she said, "you can always seep out the keyhole." They did not sleep that night. The Great Hall was cleared and repaired enough to be safe. Tom Riddle was shipped off under heavy guard. Aurors prowled the corridors. The prophet ran out of adjectives before dawn. Harry spent an hour in the hospital wing being poked by Madame Pomfrey. She tried diagnostic charms first. Half of them fizzled on contact. "You are impossible," she muttered, trying a third time with a charm she trusted. "Sit still. Stop absorbing my spells." "I am not doing it on purpose," he said. He let her scold him until her hands stopped shaking. When she made him lie down, he sank slightly into the mattress. It made her swear under her breath. "You are not leaving this bed until I say so," she said. He looked at the ceiling. "We both know that is not true," he said gently. She pressed her lips together. You were in nappies the last time I saw someone pull that much raw magic through their body, she said. It did not end well. You are walking around with a parasite and several curses inside you. Do not pretend you are fine just because you can stand. He nodded. Fair, he said. I will be careful. Hermione sat in a chair between his bed and an empty one, arms folded, refusing to move. Ron paced near the window without really seeing the view. Ginny came and went, checking on her family and him. Luna sat on the end of his bed and watched Madame Pomfrey work with a calm, slightly tilted head. Dumbledore eventually called him to the office again. Madame Pomfrey grumbled. You get him for 1 hour, she said. Then I get him back. If he starts to leak, you are cleaning the floor. Harry slid off the bed. His legs almost gave out. Hermione caught his hand and pressed his wand into it. Do not do anything stupid, she said. He looked at her. That is how you know it is me, he said. She rolled her eyes and let him go. Dumbledore's office felt smaller than last time. Harry stood instead of sinking into the chair. Dumbledore sat behind the desk. Kingsley stood near the shelves. Fawkes watched from his perch. The window showed a gray sky over the lake. They had already been talking. Harry could tell from the way Dumbledore's fingers tapped the desk and the line between Kingsley's brows. What did I miss? He asked. Dumbledore folded his hands. We were discussing what happens next, he said. For you, for the school, for the ministry. Kingsley's voice was steady. There are people already drafting laws in their heads, he said. They saw you swallow Spectra and Voldemort. They are terrified. Some will want to register you as a new class of being. Some will want to weaponize you. Others will panic and try to destroy what they do not understand. Harry nodded. Sounds familiar, he said. We will fight for your rights, Dumbledore said. We will argue that you remain a person under the law, that your mind has not changed even if your body has, that you deserve the same protections you had yesterday. Harry looked at his own hand. The dark skin glowed faintly under the office light. Deep inside, the knot of spectra and stolen curses sat heavy. You will lose, he said quietly. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. Have a little faith, Harry, he said. I have faith in you, Harry said. I do not have faith in people who read headlines and see monsters. Kingsley sighed. Even if we win on paper, he said, even if we pass protections, there will still be fear. Anytime something odd happens, they will look at you. They will blame you when lightning strikes on a clear day. Harry thought of Ron's face at the tank, of Neville flinching before he remembered, of younger students who had only ever known him as a boy with messy hair and now saw a dark figure in a robe. If I stay, he said, I turn Hogwarts into a fortress. Every parent screams. Every term becomes a fight. You could learn to control this, Dumbledore said. We could study, refine, give you better tools. You mean lock me in a lab, Harry said. New tank, bigger spells. Dumbledore flinched as if slapped. That was not my intent, he said. I know, Harry said, but that is what it will look like. To them. To me. Silence stretched. Kingsley broke it. There is another option, he said. You could leave. Dumbledore shot him a look. Kingsley, he said. Kingsley met Harry's eyes. You are not a prisoner, he said. Not unless you let them make you one. You do not have to stay in reach of the ministry. You do not have to stay in a country that cannot see what you did without reaching for chains. Harry exhaled slowly. I thought Aurors were supposed to talk people into surrendering, he said. Kingsley's mouth twitched. I am supposed to keep people safe, he said. Sometimes that means telling a boy made of magic that he is allowed to walk away before the next fight eats him alive. Dumbledore rubbed the bridge of his nose. Harry, he started. Harry cut in gently. I am tired, he said. Not just from the curses. From being the center of every plan. Voldemort is done. His Horcrux mess is gone. The school is still standing. I do not want to spend the next few years in hearings and interviews while people argue about what to call me. He looked at the shelves full of books and trinkets. When I was 11, he said, I thought Hogwarts was home. It was the first place that felt like it. Now it feels like the place where I am either a symbol or a risk. That is not home anymore. Dumbledore's hands clenched. His voice went very soft. Where will you go? He asked. Harry thought of the lake, of the forest, of magic that did not fit tidy boxes. Somewhere I fit, he said. Probably where the wild magic leaks out and the ministry looks away. Kingsley nodded as if this made sense. Dumbledore's eyes shone for a second. You are not running away, he said quietly. No, Harry said. I am choosing my own path for once. Dumbledore rose. He came around the desk and stopped in front of Harry. He had to look up now. Harry was taller than before. You understand there will be consequences, he said. They will call you deserter. They will whisper. They already do, Harry said. At least this way I choose what they whisper about. Dumbledore's hand trembled as he raised it. He placed it on Harry's shoulder. It sank a little into the firm, cool surface. You have my blessing, he said. Not that you need it, but you have it. Harry swallowed. Thank you, he said. Fawkes let out a soft note. It settled on Harry's skin like a warm cloth. Kingsley cleared his throat. I can delay any official action, he said. For a day or two. Paperwork takes time when people argue. If you plan to move, do it soon. Harry nodded. Understood, he said. He turned to go, then paused. Kingsley, he said. Yes, Kingsley replied. If things get really bad, Harry said. If something like Spectra ever breaks out again, you can call. I might not live here anymore, but I am not going to sit on a beach while the world burns. Kingsley's smile was small but real. I will remember that, he said. Harry left the office. He did not use the pipes. He walked. His feet made soft sounds on the stone. His weight felt solid. Students peered at him from doorways and stairwells. Some flinched. Some clutched their friends' sleeves. One tiny first year stepped forward and blurted out, Thank you. He stopped. You are welcome, he said. The child stared at his hand. Harry lifted it slowly. May I? He asked. The first year nodded, eyes huge. Harry let the kid's fingers touch the back of his hand. They sank a little, met cool resistance, then held. The child grinned. You feel like jelly, he said. Do not tell Madame Pomfrey, Harry replied. She will make me skip pudding. The boy laughed and ran back to his friends. Some of the fear in the corridor eased. Harry kept walking. He had one more thing to do before he packed. Ron waited for him in the empty common room. The fire burned low. The room smelled of smoke and old books and teenage boys. It had been loud here once. Full of card games, shouted homework questions, arguments over biscuits. Tonight it felt like a memory that did not fit anymore. Ron stood by the window, hands in his pockets. He turned when Harry stepped through the portrait hole. For a second, they just looked at each other. Harry took in the familiar long nose, the freckles, the lanky frame that had grown faster than the mind could quite catch up. Ron took in the new shape, the dark, smooth skin, the lack of hair, the way Harry's eyes still looked like his, even if the rest had changed. So, Ron said at last, You ate him. Yeah, Harry said. Bit of a theme lately. Ron huffed out a breath. It is mental, he said. Even for you. He moved away from the window. I saw you in the hall, he went on. With the curse. With the fire. With him. And all I could think was, that is my mate, and he looks like something out of a nightmare, and he is still the one standing in front of everyone. Harry swallowed. Ron, he started. I was a prat, Ron said, cutting him off. At the tank. Before that, after that, I called you a monster behind your back. I avoided the hospital wing because I could not stand to see you in glass. I sat in the common room and moaned about it instead of visiting. You nearly died more times than I can count, and I could not even stand being in the same room as a puddle. His voice cracked. I am sorry, he said. Harry let the words sit. He had replayed that tank scene in his head more times than he liked. He remembered Ron's fear. His own. It scared me too, Harry said. Waking up and seeing my hand melt. Seeing people look through me. Hearing you say those things hurt. I am not going to pretend it did not. Ron flinched. But, Harry added, I also remember you standing on a broken table tonight yelling at people to move. I remember you grabbing first years and shoving them toward the door while spells flew over your head. People are allowed to be scared. What matters is what they do when it counts. Ron blinked fast. You are not cutting me off, he said slowly. Harry smiled a little. You think I can actually manage a life with no Weasleys, he said. Mrs. Weasley would come hunt me down. Ron let out a broken laugh. True, he said. He scrubbed a hand over his face. I heard you are leaving, he said. Rumors moved fast even when no one said anything out loud. Harry nodded. Yeah, he said. Kingsley can stall, but not forever. I do not fancy spending my 17th birthday in a ministry cell, while people argue about what box to tick for my name. Ron's shoulders sagged. So that is it then, he said. You saved the world and now you sod off. Harry winced. Not exactly the wording I was going for, he said. Ron shrugged. It is what it feels like, he said. You are my best mate. You always have been. Even when I was a jealous git or too thick to say it. But when I think about sitting around the burrow with you like this, with Mum trying not to stare and Dad asking a million questions and Fred and George poking you to see what happens, he trailed off. Harry could see it. The burrow's warm kitchen. A dark shape at the table. People trying to act normal and failing. I cannot fit, Harry said softly. In the burrow. In this room. In the neat little story where the boy who lived gets a job and a family and goes to ministry parties. Ron laughed, short and pained. You would have hated ministry parties anyway, he said. Probably, Harry agreed. They stood there with the fire crackling. Ron cleared his throat. Are we good? He asked. Or as good as we can be. Harry stepped closer. He held out his hand. Not the one that had just eaten curses. The other. Ron stared at it. Then he reached out and gripped it. His fingers sank a little. Harry let his surface firm until Ron could feel a solid shape there. We are good, Harry said. I am not vanishing off the face of the planet. I just need space. Ron nodded. I get it, he said. I do not like it, but I get it. He squeezed once, then let go. If you ever need someone to complain about weird magical politics with, he added, you can always appear at my window and drip on my floor. I will even pretend not to scream. Harry laughed. Deal, he said. He turned toward the dorm stairs. Say goodbye to the others for me, he said over his shoulder. If I walk in there and start packing, Seamus will never stop asking questions. Ron snorted. True, he said. I will cover for you. One last time. Harry climbed the stairs. He packed. He did not own much. A trunk of clothes that no longer fit, a few books, a photo album, the Marauder's map, the invisibility cloak. His wand. He ran his fingers over the cloak for a moment. Then he folded it and set it on his bed. Someone else could use it to sneak to the kitchen. He tucked the map into his robe instead. He liked the idea of knowing where everyone was, even from far away. He took one last look at the dormitory. Empty beds, crooked posters, a window that had let him watch storms and Quidditch and fireworks. Thanks, he said quietly. Then he left. The boats waited by the lake. Felt right. He had arrived in the dark with Hagrid and 100 other first years, staring up at the castle reflected in the water. Leaving the same way made something in his chest ache in a good way. The night was cool. The surface of the lake rippled with tiny waves. Luna stood by the nearest boat with a small bag over her shoulder. Her radish earrings swung in the breeze. You did not think I would let you go alone, did you? She said. Harry blinked. You are coming, he said. Of course, she replied. You need someone to remind you that you are not a monster when people shouted at you. Also, you are very interesting. I do not want to hear your stories secondhand. He laughed. You realize this means leaving school, he said. No NEWT exams. No Ravenclaw Tower. She tilted her head. Hogwarts will still be here, she said. I can learn things anywhere. Besides, Father wants to chase a rumor about singing stones in the north. A mobile slime friend will be very useful if one of them decides to eat us. Harry shook his head, smiling. You asked him, he guessed. He said, as long as you send letters and do not get eaten by eldritch moss, she said. That sounded like permission. He pictured Mr. Lovegood waving them off from a rickety house with vegetables in the garden and odd charms on the door. He is braver than most parents, Harry said. Luna stepped into the boat and sat down. She patted the space beside her. "Come on," she said. Before someone from the ministry realizes the boats are excellent mobile cells and tries to borrow them, Harry climbed in. The boat rocked, then steadied. The wood did not seem to mind that his weight was odd. He sat close enough that their shoulders touched. His surface cooled where she leaned. He looked up. The castle glowed above them. Windows lit, towers solid against the sky. "Do you think it will be all right?" he asked quietly. Luna followed his gaze. "Hogwarts," she said. "It will grumble. It will fix its cracks. It will complain about ministry stones. It will be fine." She looked at him instead. "You," she said, "will also be fine. You just need time to remember that you are allowed to be Harry even when you look like a star poured into a person." He snorted. "That sounded dangerously close to purple prose," he said. She smiled. "Then pretend I said you look neat," she replied. The boats pushed away from the shore. No one had cast a spell. The lake seemed to understand. Water lapped against the sides. The castle slowly receded. Harry watched the reflection. He thought of every year he had walked those corridors. Every time he had run toward danger because no one else would. Every detention, every Quidditch match, every secret midnight talk. He felt sad. He also felt lighter. Luna slipped her hand into his. He did not think about it. He tightened his fingers around hers. "Are you scared?" she asked. "Yes," he said, "but not the same way as before." "Good," she said. "That means you are alive." He looked at her. "Luna," he said. "Yes," she replied. "Thank you," he said, "for notes, for calling me Slime Lord without making it sound stupid." She leaned closer and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Her lips were warm against his cool skin. "Someone has to make sure the legend is accurate," she said. "The legend," he repeated, amused. "Children will tell stories," she said, "about the boy who turned into slime and stayed to protect them anyway. They will forget your school marks. They will remember the way you stood in front of a curse." Harry looked back at the castle one last time. "If they are going to tell stories," he said, "I want them to end with me getting on a boat with a friend, not with me in a tank." Luna nodded. "Then that is how it ends," she said. The boat slid on. The night wrapped around them. Ahead, beyond the lake and the trees and the wards, the world waited. Wild magic, old places, people who had never heard the phrase boy who lived and would only know him as the strange, kind man who turned up when things went wrong. He squeezed Luna's hand. She squeezed back. Harry Potter, Slime Lord, closed his eyes for a moment and let the sound of the water steady him. For the first time in a long time, the future was not a prophecy. It was his.